소비 선수도 강해진 모습으로 돌아왔는데 굉장히 기대되는 매치가 될 것 같습니다.
아무래도 양쪽 덱의 폼이 엄청난 것 같습니다.
저는 겐지전에서 탑 매치업도 하나의 관전 포인트가 될 것 같습니다.
중요도를 따지자면 바텀일 것 같은데 평소처럼 잘하면 될 것 같다고 생각을 합니다.
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are here for the first match of the night, which will be T1 up against Gen G for the second out of, what, 8 times we'll probably see them head-to-head this year. As I am Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and these two teams did already face in round 1, but now the hype is really building as these two are at the very top of the LCK.
It's a fight for first. If everything goes as expected, whoever wins here will end up as the first seed for the LCK. Barring a KT situation where a team gets a great early meta read and dispatches of Gen G the way we saw happen there, this is going to be the decider of who will be our winner of the regular season. I can't wait. Absolutely no one is surprised that it's between T1 and Gen G because, as has been pointed out many a time, it's just always T1 Gen G. Ever since 2022, when D+ started dropping, and they haven't really recovered to the level that they were at in 2021. And right now, Homa might on paper look like they're close, but we all know they are not. It's one of these two all the way.
It definitely is, especially because one of them will hit 13 wins tonight, and that will be 2 ahead of Home Life Esports, not to mention that Gen G absolutely clobbered them earlier this week in a 2-0 clash. Gen G already went up against Home Life Esports. T1 will face them next week on Friday, so definitely will be interesting to see that match as well, but this, as you mentioned, is certainly the top of the table, the 1 and the 2 of the LCK. A faithful battle for first place in the regular season. Gen G very much on top in the recent head-to-head. Ever since summer of round 1 last year, they have won 6 matches in a row against T1.
Obviously, there was the spring 2023 where T1 really reigned supreme, but then after the upset in finals, ever since that point, with MSI being international, obviously T1 there has had an edge for as long as we can remember, but domestically Gen.G have just been able to dispatch of this team pretty one-sidedly, as you point out, 6-game win streak, as both of these two players are absolutely on fire, untouched. Even with the caliber of mid laners we have in the LCK, we saw not that long ago, earlier this week, Chovy made Zeka look, even on picks that Zeka has been very strong at against other mid laners, like he doesn't contest.
And he didn't. I mean, Chovy and Faker at the top of the POG standings for a reason. Multiple different picks as well. There's some big milestones ahead of T1 players. Owner trying to hit 200 wins tonight if they do get 2 in this best of 3. And Gumayusi will play his 300th game here for the first game of this best of 3. So congrats to them ahead of time if it does happen. Let's take a look at the fan prediction here on X or Twitter. 80% will go the way of T1. Obviously, it is always, I feel like, skewed towards T1 as they have a massive fan base. But this one should be much closer, and our predictions as the talents were actually much closer. I think it was 4-2.
4-2.
With 4 of them going towards T1, but easily could have been 3-3. I think I was really on the 55-45 kind of positioning there. And the Korean side as well, if you guys are curious, we're also very one-sided towards T1, very similarly to X.
Fan vote, not going to be a surprise, but yeah, I do think that, as mentioned, between these two teams, even if you made a prediction for the other team, it will not be a surprise if you predicted Gen.G. If T1 wins, I was a Gen.G predictor, so we match each other nicely in that regard. If T1 wins, no one's going to be surprised. And the same for Gen.G. Gen.G, I think, have looked, in terms of individual laning, look towards bot side, look towards top light, a little bit rough at times. Keen, if he doesn't get a counter pick, hasn't really been as consistent. Pays and Lahans have struggled specifically in lane. Outside of lane, I still think that they've been exceptional. So we will see what that is going to mean for today. And the key player matchup. Who would have guessed?
Wow, I thought it was going to be somewhere else. No, this makes a lot of sense, right? Because Faker and Chovy at the top of the POG standings, but also at the top in terms of many stats. You see first places for Chovy, a lot of second places for Faker. They're 1 and 2 right now. And of course, just because Chovy has a lot of first, that doesn't mean that he is number 1 in the mid lane. These two are very comparable when it does come down to it. One thing to look towards that we don't always have in terms of mid stats is the forward percentage at 14 and the lane percentage at 14. They're very low in lane percentage. They're not in lane very often, but they're also very forward in their enemy jungles, in their enemy region of the map, right? So always looking to make plays, always looking to be proactive on the map.
And it's Faker's, I'd lost track of how many glow-ups he's had over the years, but he truly has not played this well in many years, even with how essential he's been for T1. Individually, I don't think he's had this level of play in like 4 or 5 years at least.
Yeah.
Been absolutely incredible, not just in what he does for the team, but just in 1v1 matchups.
It's the Valorant, the Valorant cheerfuls coming through, as well as Untara cheering on the T1 pro players here on the League of Legends side. Always nice to see.
Untara, obviously also part of the great content. Who Are You, Man? Caught up on that a couple of days ago. Amazing. Can't wait to see what that'll bring. And then for Chovy, him having a low lane percentage has also been something that we've talked about a lot, especially domestically. This image of Chovy that I think many who don't watch the LCK still have. We see some glimpses of it internationally, of a player who is laning above all. That's just no longer true. And today, that mid lane matchup, which it might just be Talia versus Ari, both players playing either side for free games, especially with the Azir not being available, but that to me is going to be the big deciding factor. Even though I'm sure Zeus will become a beast, I'm sure Pays and Lahens will do their work when it comes to the team fights, but that mid lane matchup, that's going to be the centerpiece of today's match.
It is quite literally in the center of the map, and
it is.
I do think that the draft is going to have a huge impact on this one, because T1 did showcase against weaker teams, yes, that their bottom lane as well is like, okay, well, you want to play fire versus fire, you want to do that, we can win. Do you want to try to give us Senna? We can win. We can do pretty much anything down there. I am curious to see how Genji, especially starting from the red side here, will deal with the bot lane meta, which has been seeing a lot of bans recently in the first phase.
Ooh, a lot of questions already being answered here. Double bot lane bans. The Kalista, the Varus, both still open. Ashe also still available. We do see the Zeri being taken away. Unsurprisingly, PaCe has really been favoring that as of late, but given that there's so many strong picks still open, it really speaks to me that I think T1 are going to try and look not to match scaling like they've done against some of the weaker teams, but really go all in as Lucian, Kalista, and Varus all still available, and it will be the B1 Lucian to come through here. We'll see how Genji responds. They've really been liking these Kalista lanes. Might be a fire with fire situation. This would be very much comfort for PaCe. Maybe Milio Aphelios is what they're looking towards here. Something we have seen Emilio come back up, I think with the Smolder it was.
Yeah.
But that's a throwback. That's not something we have seen in recent games.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of like scrims leaking into our pro play. We see a lot of bans towards the Lucian, but we're like, hey, it's not having a lot of success. But on this patch specifically, Lucian Nami is 3-0 together, and it is going to be T1 who do pick that up. So even though it was banned a lot, still seeing a lot of picks and a lot of focus as Jace did go through the draft.
Has been banned a lot. The Lulu makes a ton of sense. We are spared from Zeri Lulu. Instead, we get Aphelios Lulu into Lucian Nami. But the Jace has been banned away already, starting this patch many a time. And it seems like finally Zeus is freed from blinding Aatrox. Now he gets to blind Jace, which is way more fun. And is going to feel great for the top laner of T1. Gets the one trick a different champion. Now, it could, of course, still go to Faker. But expectation is that this does go towards Zeus.
Gragas ban coming through here.
That's maybe a throwback.
Maybe one of the responses that they see very often against the Jace in their scrims and in their practice. And so that's going to be taken off the board already. Would have provided a nice front line alongside of the Rel with that squishy back line. So let's see where this next ban is going to go. I do like the focus on the Vi that has been very top tier in the jungle so far. Didn't see a lot of jungle focus outside of the Sejuani ban. The Nico is available on 14.4. It wasn't in 14.3, so that's a comeback, and they will take that away.
Had to either ban that or Nocturne. Especially with Lucian Nami, I would not have been surprised if T1 would look for that as a mid-jungle core. Nocturne Nico makes it really hard for the Aphelios to play out the game, especially because Lulu does provide a lot of added safety, but not really the way that the Kench does into these big backline ultimates. I actually was wondering whether they wanted to go for something a little bit more out there, say a Malphite or a Wukong. We've actually seen Wukong slowly creep up. Back in top was always a really good matchup in Jace if you could survive till 6.
You know, Chovy used to be one of our mid Cassante players. They could flex it. I'm not saying they're going to, but that could be a nice mind game to start us off on the red side in game number 1 of this series. Jarvan, a favorite of Owner. I think he gets buff on the live patch, but still a decent pick at this point in time, especially into something like an Aphelios that doesn't have a lot of mobility.
It's going to be the mid lane counter pick to come through here. Hwei has been ignored up until this point. LeBlanc and Ahri still both available. Blind LeBlanc to come through here for Faker. What is Chovy going to pick up into that?
Yeah, I guess maybe expecting the Ahri to come out and...
has to be.
Yeah, just going for the blind LeBlanc, something that can be very safe into a lot of lanes. There is still a bunch of picks you could go for, and both of these mid laners have champion Oceans, so really comes down to Chovy. And it looks like the Corki is going to be the choice here as the final pick for the side of Genji.
Corki coming through here for Chovy. Not something we're going to be super excited about, but in this matchup, definitely going to be an advantage in the early laning pressure to come through here from Faker. Do also expect this to be the AP LeBlanc. Combine that with a Jarvan as well, there actually is an incredible amount of power in that mid-jungle 2v2, whereas Rel Corki, once it gets going, it is extremely strong, but the expectation will be that it is going to take a lot more time to get going. And in general, the Gen G composition, to me, doesn't have any great early game presence to speak of. There's small moments, right? In a great situation, you can get a rail engage with a red-white Aphelios, but that does somewhat rely on T1 not really being ready. So Gen G, this is very much their style, very much comfort for them going for these type of team fighting compositions. I think T1, they're going to be happy with this. A lot of backline threat with that LeBlanc, with that Jarvan, going to make it really hard for FaZe to play out the game, and he is a very important part of this. We'll see if Gen G can weather the storm, because T1, they're going to make him work for it.
I really do feel like T1 got an excellently comfortable draft.
Oh, yeah.
This is like they are in their flow state already. They come in onto the blue side. Everything is working together really nicely as a team. The composition works well together. It's comfort picks across the board. And we'll see if they can control that early game, or will Gen G scale up as we hop into the Rift for game number 1. T1, 하나, 둘, 셋.
T1, 화이팅! Gen G, 하나, 둘, 셋. Gen G, 화이팅!
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right. Fans are out in force tonight, as this is a big matchup between T1 and Gen G. It's good we get this matchup. We get to practice for the future. Six more that we're going to get in upper finals and grand finals, and then upper finals and grand finals, plus the 2 extra summer round robin matchups.
Surely a team will rise up and match them.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it looks like Life Esports would be the team to do it, but if they get crushed by T1 as well next week, then I don't have a lot of hope.
Yeah, I do feel like that is gonna happen. We'll see. Maybe a patch can help. No, I don't think a patch is going to be enough. With how both of these 2 teams are playing right now, it seems hard to imagine. So some of the tech that we see here, FaZe has gone for barrier as well as PTA, so really trying to play more lane dominant on the Aphelios into the Lucian Nami, not wanting to give over control. We know that Lulu can definitely do some early work, but not really where FaZe and Lens have excelled. Then there is also Zeus starting with a Cole here, so really looking to just scale into a big mid-game threat as soon as possible. So we do see the early trading coming through here, and this is why the Lulu, I think, really has risen up in prominence, even though Milio at the time was enough to withstand with the extra range. Lulu, it's just a straight-up lane bully this early on.
Seed level 2 about to be hit here first for the Gen G bottom lane, so they're going to move forward. And Slow comes down on the Guma. That's going to force a cleanse and heal already. Of course, Lehens did heal to try to get in there. And nowadays, it's just so tense down in the bottom lane, especially when you get like 480 carry lanes. But even in lanes like this, at the level 2 marker, you see Gen G really trying to put on the pressure.
Both junglers have been spotted on the Raptors, are pathing towards opposite sides. I don't think there's really a great diving opportunity for either, because both or at least the top wave is about to crash for Zeus. Might get a free back out of it. We'll see if he actually takes that or if he tries to play for blades. On the bot side though, Lehens and FaZe still have the lead in terms of shoving here. But we'll see if they're actually able to coordinate with Canyon. There's a lot of aggressive trading. If the jungler is pathing away from you, that is a risk here from Guma and Karya.
Yeah, especially down a couple summoners, but they do get the barrier out of FaZe, and so that is going to even it up. Of course, Lucian Nami can always be very aggressive. Trying to do that before FaZe gets many items is going to be nice. But so far, things are going pretty well for FaZe and Lehens. It was kind of crazy, too. We saw the played stats of this split so far. This is Faker's first game of LeBlanc all year, which obviously very well known for this pick. But he's played a lot of other things. The mid lane has had a bunch of strong picks nowadays. It feels like they do have a big impact on the game in general from the mid lane. So definitely a lot of stuff he's been playing with nowadays.
Our meta tyrant was removed, and all of a sudden mid lane is flourishing again. You get to see blind pick LeBlancs. Arya's come back, although that's obviously also testament to the buffs that she did receive. And we do see neither jungler really finding any opportunity here. Gen G didn't find an opportunity to stack a big wave, so Canyon just ends up backing instead. Same for Owner, although he did put up another Raptor ward, meaning that they should be able to find what will happen to that Pathing of Canyon. The first plate is taken here by Pays and lands. Owner looking for someone, but there is a ward in the Tri-Brush, so... And with flashes still available especially, I think Pays and lands are still going to feel quite safe. We don't see any action just yet.
Yeah. As Zeus, 24-7 on the Jace. Definitely one of our guys that will blind pick the Jace and be very happy to go for it. As we have aggression, the flash bubble gonna get a flash out of Lehens. As Owner was making his presence felt in the bottom lane. Gonna free up Guma and Keria to go for a back because they were kind of struggling in the health department. And they will elect for a back now.
Big thing there is that both of these supports are really juicy targets now that especially when the ultimates are available for both junglers. Engage for either bot lane here is kind of conditional. You know, it's really hard outside of landing a bubble specifically. You can't start a fight the way you do with something like a Nautilus whenever you please. But both Owner's ultimate, once he has it available now, is just going to guarantee trap lands. No way out for him. Same for Keria. Without a flash, Canyon does have a great opportunity to get on top of this Nami, as we do have the jungle or the Dragon Rider being started. Pace is on the back. So will Keria. Owner, yeah, he had an inkling. I think Canyon actually showed up there, and they're going to say thanks for the leash. Will be a big win if Genji can get an early Dragon here, given that they do have a composition that scales very comfortably, courtesy of Pays and Lehens in his bot side.
Yeah, even a singular Mountain Dragon, it's not going to feel amazing for the squishies, but for Cassante and Rel, they're going to obviously love that one. So early objectives going the way of Genji, as Jovi's just not allowing Faker to go back. This has been denied a couple of times already. So bottom lane going pretty swell. The jungle obviously going in favor of Canyon so far, and the mid lane as well. It's pretty even at this point. I mean, it is a quirky, but Faker is slightly behind in terms of CS. 86% win rate on this one. Part of the reason why I was surprised that this is his first time playing it this year, as he has a 16 win streak, played it 9 times in 2022 spring.
Yeah, it's not bad. Faker's LeBlanc, definitely the thing of legends. Cool to see it come back here again. I was about to go and talk about T1. The fact that they don't necessarily need to completely take over the game in laning phase.
All right. Well, we did just have an in-game visual bug. No big deal. And we are right back into the action. As once again, here in this game, T1 with a very slight lead in terms of gold, but overall a very even game, and Genji did just get a couple of objectives, so feeling pretty good about picking up that early Mountain Drink.
As mentioned, T1 are going to be looking to accelerate the game. Not that they don't have a decent amount of power in the later stages of the game when it comes to things like the Jace. Having a ton of range can be really tough to play into. The engage is good, but it is just Owner who, as the game progresses, might struggle as big bubble.
Yeah, even the barrier at a P's as well, and the second that goes down, immediately Guma is just going to fire forward and do a bunch of damage. So big win for T1 on the bottom side.
Guma dinked 6 right there. If he had more mana, I wouldn't have been surprised if he looked for an all-in there, but they didn't want to risk it. They also knew that Canyon was towards the bot side of the map, did sneak away a red buff there. Owner now 6 as well, but the flash on Lehens still down. That is big. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Owner try and make a visit, as we have a possible topside gank here.
Yeah, we did just see Keen kind of bait that one out. Now we have the Ghost coming out, all out used as well, and Zeus not going to be able to flash away from this one. It's first blood given over to Keen in the top lane. Excellently set up.
Very straightforward. Not a lot of counterplay to that one. The moment that he starts the CC chain, Keen with his all out. No way for Zeus, as Canyon then follows up with a Q, finds the W, doesn't even need to invest his ultimate. Gonna be a big win, allowing Keen to more handily shrug off the damage that Zeus is gonna be capable of. And this early game thus far really going Genji's way. Wonder what the soul is gonna be. Orcs is here, so we should be safe.
Yeah, should be. I mean, look at the way he handles this, though. Pushes away, baits him in, there's no vision. And leading with all out means he's just dead.
Really nicely done. No opportunity for Zeus to outplay that one. accept not be up, but with Jace, you're always going to want to try and play as aggressive. Also, by itself, not necessarily a cause for concern. Zeus does have the Cole, also was able to pick up an early plate, and does have a CS lead. Because,
Zeus did hold on to his flash from the last gank. Might have to use it here. As Smite's going to come down. That is a miss on that one. He does elect to just knock him away, and there's the flash, but he uses it right into the W of the K'Sante, and he is just absolutely dead as the return gank comes through from Canyon, and it is absolutely successful.
T1 better hope. The O2 power spike holds up as well on Jace as it does on Aatrox, because right now, Genji going to be feeling amazing. Canyon, first item, Knight's Vow, spending the gold from that assist. And I have no doubt that that's going to be put straight on top of Pace in an attempt to keep that man alive. Corki obviously also really essential to the damage profile of Genji, but he is Corki, so his life is a lot easier. Early game looking great here for Genji and T1. No cause for grave concern, but I do think they have to start either stacking dragons, pick up some early grubs when they respawn, or get towards a Herald. Because if they just let this game go to mid to late with Genji in their pure comfort zone, with great engage, and a Aphelios Corki... yeah, I know that one.
I mean, there have been like back and forths in the bottom lane and stuff, but the early game impact from Canyon has been huge. Speaking of which, he comes down bot to give Knight's Vow, and also just to make his presence felt, as they are going to try to make a play for this dragon, no doubt, here in 12 seconds. Chovy has the package. And this should be a pretty nice setup for Genji, you would imagine. Especially with the backing here of Guma and Keria, taking a massive amount of damage just to try to fight for a control ward. Not going to feel good about that one.
Canyon starts it up now with package available. We'll see if T1 actually wants to go for this. Due to the ganks, Keen already sitting on a completed item, as well as the steel caps. Quite strong owner might look for a steal here.
Yeah, Faker backing on a ward, but Chovy actually stopped his back, so Faker's like, maybe we just try to stop this one as the tidal wave comes through. It's a Rel. You're never going to steal that one away. And there you go. It's another Drake over to Genji. We have Ocean Soul coming through. And the Ocean Rift, but still, Genji got to be happy about stacking those early Drakes.
Chovy not taking any risks there. Obviously didn't know whether or not Owner was in the brush, so uses his package defensively.
Fight this a little bit, but you see Owner uses his combo just for harass rather than going in, so not committing to this one.
Yeah, I don't think going for the double sums, Wildgrove, Knight Vowed up pays when they know and Rel is there really is the way to go. So they decide the better of it. Already early Drake stacking for Genji. I was really going into this game thinking that Genji should be happy if they are able to get a single Drake. Let alone two. Ocean Soul not going to be the most relevant, although K'Sante obviously does enjoy some Ocean Souling from time to time. And for T1, it would actually be quite good to deal with some of the Corki poke if they can pick up multiple of these Drakes as...
Oh, there's the Gravitum. And a TP behind them. Guma and Keria in so much trouble as Guma will be left to the fishes. They give this kill to Paze as well. And look at this. Zeus nearly dies. We do have Owner up in the top lane, but I don't think you're ever getting Keen. Goes back and gets the max range knockup. And Keen in the 1v2 picks up his third kill.
You're not allowed to win both sides of the map at the same time. It's not a thing, Veldis.
Genji are redefining what is a thing right now in this game, I think.
Oh, that is painful. Not only, so started up on the bot side, great ult from Pace, sets up for Canyon, they're able to take down Guma, but then simultaneously Keen turns around a 1v2, he's 2 levels up. This is a fed K'Sante. And I was like, why don't we get something cool? Why don't we get Malphite? He doesn't need Malphite, clearly, as all starts off with the purple ultimate here, the TP as well. I don't even know if they needed to invest that, but because Faker is on the back, not able to get any pressure in mid, Chovy doesn't really end up paying for it, and then Keen going in here is definitely a big risk, but you know what?
It's just hilarious, especially K'Sante getting extra tankiness. That was a very nice play, by the way, to finish it off. From Keen, Zeus not respecting the range of the K'Sante in the all-outs. But he's just so tanky. Like, Zeus does 0 damage. He almost did negative damage to Keen. He's lethality into Iceborne Gauntlet, Plate and Steel Gaps, Cassante, who's up a level. You're never gonna kill him.
And Owner is also AD.
Yeah.
You know, Jarvan's passive, it's nice, but it's not gonna help you get through that. And Gen G just completely running away with the early game with a composition that has a scaling advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember the old days of just going for like Zeri and an Azir, and you just win the early game anyway. And
Yeah.
yeah, I remember a certain team that was pretty good at doing that.
They were.
And kind of doing it here.
In
is
many
Gen G.
iterations as well. This goes back to like 2021.
Yeah. So now Faker gonna match Keen, who doesn't have a lot of MR, but I don't think he really cares, because the Cassante is so large. I mean, this guy is gigantic at this point.
T1 have gotten 1 grub. That's it!
Yeah.
Well, they got a plate, I guess, on top side. I don't know about the bot side plates, but I do know that Zeus got 1. That's about it, though.
Yeah, doesn't really count for much at all. And you see Jovi up a level as well. He did have to go for the Hex Drinker first into the LeBlanc, but other than that, he is very happy about his current state. He does have the most farm on the map. And Lehens is in a very awkward spot. He is Lulu, so maybe he just is fine. He will win the trade with Redemption for now, as Wild Growth does have to be used. Faker flashing the wall to get away from Canyon, as it did kind of turn into a bit of a bait. Lions did have to use Redemption and Wild Growth, but they get the flash out of Faker.
Gonna take that trade any day of the week. Faker, of all people, should know how dangerous Lulu is. Not able to get a lot done, and so much of this is T1 trying to go for a counterpunch.
Yeah, not sure if this is really going to amount to too much, as immediately TP comes in from Jovi, and that will be stifled.
Oh, he doesn't have TP now for the next dragon. And he's not super strong, only sitting on a not finished yet, or not transformed rather, yet Mana Mune, as well as a Hex Drinker. We'll see if Gen G wants to go hard, because they can also just let this go. They can say, hey, you have your 1-item spikes, you have a really strong brawling composition. We're just going to let this one slide. I got an inkling that they're not going to do that, though, because Keen is backing, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to finish at least another component in this 3-0 Cassante with almost a frozen heart.
Yeah.
It'd be tough to deal with.
I mean, for anyone who's AD, which is 3 people on the side of T1, like, Faker is not in a fed position, and yes, they nearly take Lehens' head off, but he's got heal, he's got his Redemption back, does not have Wild Growth, and will have wanted to use that here on one of his other members of his team. T1 still wrapping around, trying to contest this. Jovi with the package here as well. Faker trying to bait this one out early as some poke does come out. Canyon looking for the engage. They get the cleanse out of Guma as package immediately out of Faker. He's in so much trouble. Look at his health bar on the top side. Down he goes as the turret will help them out. And Faker immediately is taken down. That'll be a 3rd Drake going to Gen G as T1 will give up on it. And they're looking for a bit more. I mean, Guma's taking maximum damage here as a cube comes down. Guma not going to get all outed here by Keen.
No.
And Keen takes 0 damage, right? He's taking negative damage. He has so much armor.
Keen's not even remotely impressed. And going into this fight, I really want to give credit where credit is due. One part of how oppressive Gen G's early game has been Canyon is ganks. But Faker being lane locked by Jovi is so big here, because Jovi's been able to just get through this lane for free, gets an absolutely monstrous pass to That's with Lehens being almost 100-0 to the start of that fight. And it just doesn't matter. He positioned safely.
Yeah.
Keen, as mentioned, does not, in fact, take damage. The only person who could, in any universe, damage him died at the start of the fight.
Yeah. Died to package. I mean, Faker just got hit by the slow, and at that point, like, we're going to see this 1v1 again, I guess, although Faker not spotted. But kind of an interesting spot to challenge Chovy, who's up a level with Maw complete.
Yeah, you don't... That's not...
That ain't it.
That's not happening. Now Gen G has Soul Point. 19 minutes in, with a Corki who just transformed his 2nd item.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy that we came into this game 1, and I was looking at this T1 comp, and I'm like, they should feel so comfortable. And then Canyon was just like, nah, no, I don't think so, actually. Let me just end this early game in our favor. And it wasn't just a small lead, it's now a bit of trading here on an owner, but they're not going to commit onto a Jarvan. As Rift Herald also coming down, maybe trying to make a play here for this mid-tier 1. See how far they go with this one.
Keen, who I thought was going to be one of the biggest weak points here just because of how good Zeus has been. Just with the help of Canyon, has been able to do so much work.
Tidal Wave coming in, also committing onto Keen. I mean, you just immediately die. That's never going to work as desperation from T1. And Genji immediately put that one down as 5 members here in the mid lane just continuing to pressure up. But they run out of a wave. Zeus is going to miss the Shock Blast. And Genji just going to run away from this one. But look at the control that they have. They don't necessarily have to run away from this one unless they want to go towards that Baron. As even at this point, could consider it, but they're just going to back away from it for now.
Keen just doesn't care.
Yeah.
Like,
no, he doesn't take damage. Like, why even fire the Shock Blast at him?
guys, yeah, this is the
Don't
pressure.
even bother!
They just used Scryers just to make sure that they're not doing the objective. We're literally right at the spawn.
Yeah,
It's
but again,
20
they
minutes.
could. They
Well,
definitely could.
Definitely could. But that alone, I predicted Genji expecting them to have an edge in team fights and mid to late.
They're
the game.
flattening T1 where T1 is strongest.
Yes, and the game isn't over. T1 have been able to make miracles happen, to find incredible team fights. But that has been against teams that aren't Genji. And these engages do not give me a lot of faith, Valdez.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even really understand what the goal of that was there. I mean, you're not going to save the turret. You're not going to deal damage ulting a Cassante.
Pace has Collector now.
It's never going to work. As Owner now in a bit of trouble. They are keeping hold of this river. There's one ward that someone put down there in the river that should give them a bit of information, but at this point, Genji have a chokehold on this part of the map.
Canyon really seems to have taken to heart the fact that jungle is actually support. Support is the role that gets resources. And you are a utility bot. So he bit the bullet. I don't love Familiar. I don't feel like it's actually needed. Would have much rather seen a different tank item as opposed to Formula.
Yeah, like Locket, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Tank support item.
Looking at what T1 have, I don't think the Grievous Wounds really is of that much value. I feel like you get more value out of even something like a Rendwins, especially with Rel being able to utilize the slow offensively. But at the same time, as long as Pace stays alive, they're going to be fine, and Trophy's about to hit his third item spike.
Yeah.
Not going to have it for the fight, but this is T1's final stand. If they don't win this fight, if the Mountain Soul goes over to Keen, who is 3-0 and already has 2 items finished, like, he's never going to die. It's Lucian and LeBlanc.
Yeah. They already don't deal damage. The Ocean Soul is going to help out even more. And you see that Genji is setting up for this one. Keen in the top side. And yes, they can deal damage to the squishies. You see that T1 are trying to do that, but you get close to the sun, you're probably going to get burned, as we did see there. Keen is going to TP pretty early on this one. He's going to take a decent amount of damage. Got to be careful about just taking free damage after all. As I think that was a Shock Blast in the Keen. I don't even see his health bar move. Redemption was used early, but now Keen in the front line. Faker trying to get some poke down. Has a ton of damage already in Owner. He's just going to get burst down. Immediately the package comes out as Guma burst to a crisp in the back line, as one missile could do it, but they don't even really care about him. They take away Zeus from the map, and Guma is just trying to survive here for as long as possible. One auto would do it. And I think Chovy, yeah, he's just going to clean that one up. Doing the most damage at only 200 or 2,800, and it is a massive wipe in favor of Genji.
No one on Genji has died yet!
Yeah.
What is happening?
It's, Genji are just kind of stomping.
They are just... This is... Whew. Okay, so the poke Lens, somewhat redemption from Lens, which he did rush, actually does a lot of heavy lifting. But T1, they know they need to get this soul. Hayes gets taken out of the fight, at least for a little bit, by the combination of Guma, but then Keen just deals with multiple people. Owner goes in completely disjointed from the rest of the team because he desperately needs to try and steal a soul against a Rel, which obviously isn't happening. And at this point, T1 is so far behind that they just don't have the item breakpoints. They don't have the advantage that they need with this comp to get anything going.
Yeah. And you see Gen G, they are a pretty thick death ball. They're very tanky with the Rel in the front line over there with the Lulu to back it up. And then you've got a nice amount of poke and siege if you do want to go ahead and do that as a 4-man unit. Zay was just kind of desperately pushing an outer on the bottom side of the map. I mean, Gen G trying to just utilize their Baron buff here. Already 2,000 gold in the lead. But he will pick up at least the objective bounty. The fact that there is an objective bounty kind of shows you where this game is at, as Chovy is 3,500 gold ahead. And that's only Chovy.
That's just Chovy. That's a full item! Has Malignant's done now as well?
Hey, that's like 1.5 Frozen Hearts, man.
Koenig Rooker now done for Keen. I could see angles before that dragon fight for T1. Not great angles, you know. I had to stretch it, but
yeah, it's like a
you gotta give
degree angle.
Yeah, it's T1. You gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. Now though, there's no angles. If it wasn't Gen G, if this was like DK that somehow got themselves in this position, I'm like, they'll find a way. But it's Gen G.
Yeah.
Gen G does not lose from these positions. And how could they when they have a Corki that's 3.5k gold up? Really, the hardest thing now is...
Oh boy, he's just going for it, man. He's just Valkyrieing forward, looking for kills. He's like, 4 is not enough. And yeah, I mean, T1 desperate to just try to get anything, but they are going to lose this inhibitor as Gen G storm through the front gates. They get the mid-inner as well. And yeah, I mean, at this point, Faker just going to try to TP in, but it is maximum desperation as Keen's going to get that knock up here onto Faker. He's in a bit of trouble as 1v5 is doing more damage. A massive engage comes in immediately from Canyon, and they all get blown to smithereens. As right through the front door, Gen G gonna win this game in 27 minutes.
No deaths!
It's over. No deaths, 12 kills, make it 13. This first game is an absolute flattening from Gen G. As Chovy's gonna pick up his 7th kill. They wanna get him legendary. It's not gonna happen, they don't care. GG as Gen G take the first win in excellent fashion.
Oh my God, Valdez. I am seriously reevaluating Hololive in my mind right now. I thought they were the problem. Maybe Gen G is the problem. That was with T1 on blue side as well. I don't even think that Gen G's draft looked all that convincing.
I mean, it is incredibly strong if you can get through the early game well.
Yeah.
And they got through the early game not only well, they were like flying in an air balloon above T1. They had streamers coming out the back, you know, there was a smoke machine. They had like fireworks as well. Somehow it's very dangerous, but they didn't care. And yeah, I mean, if you get through that with a Corki and a Aphelios and a super fed Cassante, then of course you're going to kill them.
At no point did you see the trademark explosives, not only of T1, but also the type of composition that they have. Lucianami, Jarvan, LeBlanc. If you're playing on the back foot as any of these champions, your life is just going to be miserable. And I don't even know who to give the most credit for. Pays and Lands, I think, performed Canyon and Chovy, right? But like, I think even in the 2v2, Pays and Lands, I think Chovy locking Faker in lane throughout the entirety of that game was absolutely pivotal. Corki's scaling, I am seriously reevaluating, or his nature as a scaling pick after this game. I gotta reevaluate, because I guess you can just take it away early anyway and just win.
Yeah, he felt like it was a pretty easy game for him. Picked it on R5 and got 20,000 damage. Felt pretty good about that one. Gen G absolutely slaughtered them in game number 1. We're gonna have a break and come back with the space. We'll be right back.
미드 할래 미드?
그냥 다음 선 탈출 갔어. 르브랑 탈출 갔어.
괜찮아 보이는데?
그냥 다이브해야 돼 우리 거. 너무 세서.
너랑 피좀 많이 걸렸고? 천천히 봐봐.
하나 빼면서.
나 살짝 이거 쉴드. 야, 봐볼게. 와봐. 데이트 높을. 끝난 듯?
끝내자.
야, 바텀라인.
얘들아 집중 와봐. 이거 바로 끝내자.
오케이.
파란팀의 막대기가 파괴되었습니다.
잡고 싶은데, 이거? 되게 노플이야.
파란팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 정전
나이스요.
나이스. 이거 다음 파트 하자.
네.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space for our Saturday showdown. I'm Atlas. I am joined by Orcs and Wolf as we go through this no, it wasn't. It was a shellacking, an absolute demolition by Gen G. And unprecedented. I don't even think that if you predicted Gen G, you thought the result was going to be this one-sided, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, I predicted Gen G. I thought a lot of this was going to be about the top side, Keen's champion pool. We didn't know that much about Zeus. I also thought team fights were going to look better, like Chronicler said. I also wouldn't have predicted Gen G to win like they did after seeing what they drafted, because they drafted for late game, for Corki, for Aphelios scaling, and they won the early game. So that's a little bit problematic for T1, who drafted for a very strong early to mid game.
Yeah, I feel like they gave themselves no outs in the draft. Like, all three lanes are picks that need momentum, need to be ahead to really be relevant. And it ended up in this situation where, you know, bot was being handled pretty comfortably. You know, we saw Pays and Lehens trading well into it. Corki was unbothered in the mid lane. And then top, which was the only lane where you saw like a little bit of an advantage build up, Canyon just ganked it twice and then it was over. And for me, I think the real mistake was the Jarvan and the LeBlanc. I think the first few picks, the Jason Lucianami's fine, but like, I don't see what the Jarvan offers here. You know, if you ult the Corki, he's just going to Valk away. If you ult the Aphelios, you're probably just going to die yourself. And the LeBlanc just didn't find any pressure. I don't think we even saw, like, Faker didn't find any moves on the map, and we never saw the Jarvan gank.
Yeah, it felt like the Corki pick, for me, seemed a little bit dangerous on paper. We know how proactive Faker can be on this LeBlanc. It's his signature pick for a reason, right? We've been talking about it for so many years, almost just like, it's been straight 10 years that we've been talking about Faker's LeBlanc. But let's jump into our first highlight and have a look at where it all started to go wrong.
So, you know, we jump into this a little bit later, but the wave management here for Zeus looks like it was a bit off. He's pushed super far up, and then Keen decides to go in. He's trading really well, so he's super low. And before this, Owner was spotted on the bottom side of the map, so Canyon just goes straight top, makes that happen. Zeus still has flash on this second play, and yet he's pushing super far up here. His jungler isn't anywhere nearby, and it's just not the right call to make to try to grab plate gold to make up for what happened moments before. And then he decides to commit flash here as well to try to escape. So now he's flashless in 0-2.
And it's so hard to escape if you're that overextended against a Cassante and a Rel. And this clip is the outcome where, you know, we had a lane where you're hoping the Jace can pull ahead, and we did see Zeus garnering little advantages early, but then the Cassante becomes so strong, and also the fact it's AD top and jungle, they just can't deal with him at all. So I feel like if you're going to go for the Jace in this situation, you want to give the support to, because obviously as a Jace, you want to be applying that pressure, getting plates. But I feel like, you know, all lanes felt like they wanted support, and none of them ended up getting them. And then the Jace got punished so heavily when it was left isolated.
Yeah, it was almost like Owner wanted to be everywhere at once, and so he was almost somewhere at once, you know? Like, he got really stretched around this map. And when all of your lanes are on fire, and honestly, at that point, after those couple of ganks from Canyon, there was really not a whole lot that they could do to get back into the game as far as getting a gank to work out was concerned. Maybe all innings somewhere could have happened, but Gen G just had so much control. And it still blows my mind that they managed to do so with the amount of scaling that they also had alongside. Wolf, take us through our second highlight here, which was really early, but also kind of the end of the game.
So this is the dragon fight here after the first 4 kills come through. They also had that win bottom side. Lehens gets super low here, but there isn't really a great angle for T1 to contest this dragon, but there are already 2 dragons down. The first dragon went over, the second dragon they lost as well, and so they feel priced in. This almost, to me, as I said to you guys, is like T1 saying, we win this fight or we lose the game. This is their FF. And they decide to try to force this fight here. Lehens is low, doesn't have wild growth. He used it just moments before to trade against Faker. And then, guess what? Chovy's here. He has package. There is no weak point here for Gen G, and eventually, Canyon just walks forward and wins the game, because T1 are just not offering any relevant poke with Keen, as tanky as he is with the Rel, who's also extremely tanky, and Chovy has a great cross angle, and it's not even the greatest package for a team fight. He's just killing Faker, because he's like, I'm done with this game, let's move on to game 2.
Yeah, and they got a bunch of poke on Lehens prior to this, and that's like the only poke, that's the only health bar that isn't full on the side of Gen G. It really felt like T1 had nothing to offer, and the game was just done after this. There was no coming back from this situation. Especially being this many dragons behind a Corki who's going to have package for every dragon fight.
And Corki was ahead of the clock by 30 CS at 18 minutes. They were giving him every resource around this map. And this was while Pays was within touching distance, while Keen was still in a deficit against Zeus like he was from the early game, but that hadn't really changed all that much. It was just like hyper acceleration for this late game composition, which made the mid game kind of feel like it was Corki's territory when it never really should have been. It's just, I don't know, it's just kind of nutty that we're at this this point. And Gen G able to dominate over T1.
I feel like Zeus, one of the questions I had going into this series is how well is he going to look when he's not playing Aatrox? Because I assumed this was going to be banned. I assumed Gen G wasn't going to let him play it every game. He opted into playing Jace early and got crushed in the Cassante matchup there because the jungle presence wasn't there. And I feel like we might see a different color of Zeus going into games 2 and hopefully 3. But it is a big question I think we do have about how he's going to perform when he's not on his signature pick this season.
Another question that I had was about the new Cassante, the fact that he was adjusted just a little bit, and of course his W giving you that extra damage reduction. It has looked like that's been better into something like a Jace.
Yeah, I feel like the adjustments, because they kind of nerfed him in some ways, like trying to trim down the mobility he has when he's ulted, but it hasn't really hamstrung him much, and he still just feels so strong.
Yeah, it's sometimes you just can't get rid of a champion even with some adjustments. But it's now time for the POG. Who is going to pick it up? Is it Canyon for the ganks? Is it the guy in the top lane? No, it's obviously the polar bear that's going to collect it on the rel. 0-0-10, and I think from this point on, as soon as this top lane got completely out of control, the game was almost impossible for T1.
Yeah, you can definitely see the impact these ganks had in the top lane, but ultimately Canyon was challenging, stealing reds away from Ona, putting him on the back foot. And the fact is, we saw one jungler have a really proactive effort in the game, and the other just completely shut out. And it ended up in a result where, despite having a lot of scaling elements to the composition, Gen G had 3 lanes that came out ahead.
Yep, Canyon breaking into our mid pack here in our top 5. We'll tie with Showmaker at 700 now, his old teammate. And it was definitely a jungle gap game. I think there were some problems with wave management for Zeus there, but I don't want to criticize him too much in a game where he went down 0-3 on a poke champion into a Cassante. As will be one mid-vote, which I think is reasonable. That's Chroniclers there. I think a great game from Chovy. Amazing laning phase, honestly.
Yep, and I think I'm going to save any comments because I think Valdez can probably do it next to the man himself. It is time to throw it back to the casters and get into Game 2 of our Saturday Showdown.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. I apologize for my co-caster. He just didn't want Chovy to get robbed, and he tried his best, but to no avail.
Hey,
Canyon will 7 out of 8 this one.
Sometimes you get a smidgen carried away by boom boom damage. I apologize, and I'll try to be better.
It's okay. Thank you for your apology. As T1 fighting, we do have a lot of signs here for T1. I think that they're going to need more than signs after that first game, as they will go back to the blue side for game number 2. And again, I think the drafting was fine. I think that T1, they could go for that similarly, but maybe like not the Jarvan and not get gapped so hard in the jungle could help as well. But yeah, I think it just came down to the execution. Gen G were just the better team in that first one.
As going into game number 2, draft doesn't seem to be changing up just yet. Want to echo with the space set as well. There is the Aphelios ban here towards Pays. Wonder if that'll change Gen G's decision to ban away not Lucian, if they want to go for Lucian with the Aphelios now out of the option. No, still going to just be Ashe. Lucian available here for Guma and Keria.
Yep, he's going to do it. You saw the nod. And again, I think that's fine. It was pretty interesting that we did see the response of Aphelios Lulu and no look at the Kalista at all. I thought we would definitely see the Kalista if it was available, even though, of course, Kalista and Varus did receive some slight taps. They are still very strong. And that might be the choice here for Pays this time around, or maybe even Lehens. Although I think Keria is the only one to play that in the support role this split. But it will be the Kalista regardless.
Lehens is definitely a mad genius when it comes to his picks, but it just doesn't feel like his specific flavor of madness. expect maybe just another Renata. The Rel pick away I did really love. I hope they just repeat that here, not only because Canyon obviously had an incredible game 1, but also because it is one of Owner's best picks. It's the pick that he has really excelled on in recent times. He's not going to be available here. Maybe T1 wants to try and pivot away, pick up something like an early Lee Sin. Still get a power pick over Nami. Obviously a necessity. Jace was the pickup last time around. I can only imagine that that's going to be swapped this time. As, okay, Poppy Nami it is.
Yeah, I mean, potentially very good into what you're looking at. Very low range, and the Rel engage as well can be countered pretty decently by Poppy, as well as Nami. Like, Nami should have some effect. We didn't really get to see it much in Game 1, but especially with the Poppy as well, should help out a bit there as Renata Glask. A very popular lane alongside of the Kalista. No surprise it comes out here.
Generally considered, barring some specific variations where T1, you know, I've taken the Kalista support if you go for really out there stuff. The most lane dominant and the best in these early all-ins. Not a style that we've seen Genji play a ton of. We have seen some pace Kalista games. That's where him and Lions have been able to get the better hands, but obviously still very far behind in duo kills compared to Tukuma and Karya, who were leading by a pretty ridiculous margin prior to this series. Aatrox already gonna get taken away. Genji not allowing Zayas to pivot back to what he has been so successful on in recent matches.
Well, let's see where the bans go. Do you take away this Cassante? Yes. I feel like this should just be a staple. Especially if you are the blue side, because it can be picked on 4, it can be picked on 5. Even if you want to wait and see and maybe go for a counter pick, but then you just end up picking Cassante as anyway on the red side. So they do deny that from Keen this time around. You know what's been seeing a lot more play nowadays is Gwen into more tanky matchups in the top side. Keen also a stellar Gwen player, but the Gragas gets taken away, threatening the Jace pick.
Now Genji is looking at an R4 Jace. Big win here for T1 compared to the previous game is that this time around they'll get counter pick in at least one of the lanes, as the Jace does get banned away, so Genji not going to be able to pick that one up. But I don't even know if they necessarily feel like they had to go towards that direction. This is technically a flex pick, but expectation is that this does go towards Keen. It's where we've seen the TF the most.
Yeah, so Chovy just resting his eyes, I hope. But yeah, can be flexed, and we'll see where that does end up. I don't think that's a reaction to the pick, so don't read too much into that. But yeah, now it's up to T1 to decide, okay, what do we have to play into TF in the top lane? What will be good? And, you know, what are we blinding this time for mid? As Talia is going to be the option for mid. If it does end up with mid TF, Talia can kind of follow. Obviously not as fast as the TF can roam, though.
Ooh. Keen played this, did not do great, didn't matter at all. Got targeted out by the enemy, was completely irrelevant to the game because the rest of the map state was being won really hard by Genji. Tristan atop, coming through here for Zayas, a lot of safety for this pick. Do love Talia into Kalista specifically. Feel like it takes away so much of the agency and space. Playing Kalista into Poppy Talia, good luck on that one. Not a fun matchup to play whatsoever. And this is really interesting. Chovy, although we do know how good he is on the Ahri, also opting to pick it into, again, the Talia I'm okay with. We've talked a lot about the fact that you have so much mobility on Ahri that you can kind of circumvent the way that Talia plays the game. But if you add a Poppy to that, I feel like the zone control for T1 is incredible. T1 must be feeling a lot better here, although there are still, I think, some of the same hallmarks of if you do fall behind with this composition, it becomes really hard to play out. That said, though, this time it's the same for Genji. If your Kalista lane really doesn't get going early, maybe you can win through the TF and the gold that he generates on the map, but it's hard to imagine that working against the amount of backline dive that T1 have available.
Yeah. The pick potential of Genji is kind of obnoxious, let's say, in this one. One gold card could lead to a Rel engage, a handshake, an Ahri charm, a Kalista play of some sort. So certainly target acquisition not going to be too difficult for the side of Gen.G. If they can start things off on their terms, it could be nice for them, as T1 might just want to play this one as a death ball, try to keep your 280 carry safe with all the zone control they have.
Gen.G up 1-0. A lot of agency. They didn't need it, but this time the draft gives them even more. Let's see if they can repeat it here in game number 2.
Game number 2 starts right now.
T1, 하나, 둘, 셋.
T1, fighting!
Gen.G, 하나, 둘, 셋.
소환사의 협곡에 오신
Gen.G, fighting!
Game number 2. And I really hope that we go to game 3, because if this is a 2-0 stomp from Gen.G, I mean, all power to them. A great team. I'm sure they'll deserve it, but that does deny us from the action we were looking
not what
for.
we want.
We don't want a 2-0 stomp. We kind of wanted this to be a back-and-forth close battle. Already game 1 was like a 27-minute stomp fest with 0 kills to T1. So, hoping for a bit of a closer game, at least for game 2 to start. Although,
it can't be as bad as game number 1, right? Valdez?
That was looking a little bit scary, but Owner is going to read the situation and back away. I thought maybe they were going to get caught there, but doesn't amount to too much. Canyon, though, maybe trying to invade here. Looks like it.
Do want to highlight as well that Keen has gone for exhaust here. Obviously, Zeus gonna be very happy, try and look for these early all-ins. Tristana in general, until you get to the later stage of the game, really gonna be reliant on jumping on top of you to both win trades and look for all-in windows. As Canyon is gonna be able to steal this away early on. Whoa, I don't know. Owner will definitely know. They are gonna run into one another now.
Yeah. He is Rel, and could potentially try to fight for this one, but he is in the enemy jungle, so pretty dangerous. And Owner's just chasing him down. He's just saying, no, I will win this fight, and he will. In a very long lane, quote-unquote, that is the jungle. But Canyon is just going to get away here to the disengage cone and threaten it, and in fact disengage over to his blue.
Big thing there is that Owner doesn't have red buff, so it's really hard to maintain a consistent level of sticking power, and it's also Rel. So yes, Poppy has a lot of potential damage, but you are really relying on hitting your stun. And the bot lane was not winning in the early prior war, which isn't surprising, given that it's Kalista and Renata. But it does mean that you do struggle in trying to extend this chase. So Owner will be answering back as we do look at the win rate, unsurprisingly for Kalista, looking quite good thus far in Spring.
Yep. Our Kalista players here in the LCK are top tier. Just excellent at this pick in general. And a lot of big names there on that list in the 7-game winning streak. Just Fate itself in the top lane alone is 7-1. Only Dindin falling on this pick.
Keen has also been the guy that has been playing this the most as, ooh, Canyon, I think a little afraid there that he was going to get the reset on the patience, but now a large part of his jungle has been taken away. This did cost a lot of time for Owner, though, who is still level 2.
Yeah, Canyon's going to be like, this is weird. To find you here at level 2 after taking my jungle away.
He doesn't have top prio, though. Might be having early skirmish. Trophy's on his way.
Smite comes in, but a double knockup now on both of the T1 members. Double stun as well as the cleanse is utilized by Zeus to get away. But still a win here for the side of Gen.G in the 2v2 as Flash, a handshake is going to miss. As Guma just dashes away from that one. Cleanse utilized here from Paze. They're trying to get on top of this Nami, but Paze getting pretty low. Still going in on this one as the bailout is available, and he will get it as First Blood goes to Paze, and he's looking for a bit more as the double hit from the Lucian is enough to take it out, and Guma just barely... Oh no, he dashes back in, and Lehens is going to pick up the kill.
When that started out, you look at it and you go, oh, Pace, my boy, what are you doing? But the bailout value initially looks to be enough. It did feel like they could have maybe backed off after that, and they didn't, and neither did Guma. A multi-man fight to the death, the brawling in bot lane coming through big, but it's Gen.G that ends up being the big victor. A kill and assist for both FaZe and Lahens. Whereas, yeah, Gumai picked up a kill himself as well, and this is able to pick up most of this wave. As we take another looker, this is why Renata or Kalista, one of the two generally always gets banned away, because you can see here as well the confidence. Great cleanses here from either side, and FaZe's health bar is but an illusion. It's not real. He knows that he will get plenty of extra time, has the spear stacked, and then this is where I'm like, you can also just back off. And they thought that with Lahens' handshake, they would actually have it. And Guma's dash in there is also because they're Lahens is tanking the entire wave. But that doesn't really excuse the fact that Lahens, I think even in the worst case scenario, probably would have traded. Even a couple of minion orders, I think, might have done it there. And that was, again, a win in the bot lane for Gen G and an early Drake going over to them.
Yeah. And this is the second time now that that has happened. So Guma's reaction, he was not happy with himself after that, as, okay, it's a bit of damage.
Just a bit.
Pays, yeah. As he has gone for Q-Max here. Already 2 levels in it at level 4. Owner is waiting for a bit of a gank. All summoners down in the bottom side. This is going to be pretty rough for Pays, but do they have the chasing power? Nice bubble here on a Pays, but again, I mean, you're not really doing much here, level 4 as Poppy, so not going to be able to extend that trade.
Also say the jungle farm has actually equalized here. Yeah, Halo Blades, early Dirk, as well as the Q-Max, as you mentioned, the poke from Hayes. Absolutely lethal sets up for these type of all-ins. Due to Pace, Dying Lands also has an experienced lead, which we don't see too often, but feels very fitting for the relationship that we've seen between Pace and Lahens, where it's Lahens just chastising him for, no, come on, Pace, you gotta do better.
Yeah.
Gotta step it up. And we do see a lot of early attention here, because unlike the previous game, it is in the it's of the utmost importance for both of these two lanes that they generate early leads, because whichever bot lane falls behind isn't going to have a great time. And in his case, he just generally isn't going to have a great time because he's playing Kalista into Poppy and Talia as another attempt at a play here. This time, Zeus has Flash, ult, and his Tristana. And he's not having any of it.
Yeah. He doesn't have cleanse, but he just got it. So after all that, should be able to just cleanse a gold card and then hop away. I don't imagine this should have much success. As Chovy's going to get caught in the river, has to dash away from this one. Does go back into Owner, trying to bait this fight out. As Owner will take a massive amount of damage. The true shot as well. But Zeus is going to win the 1v1 in the top lane. So now T1 looking to continue on this one. Zeus is going to hop away. And now Canyon in a really rough spot. Has to flash, but doesn't have any follow-up in terms of damage. He's going to go down as well. That's a very nice charm here from Chovy, trying to buy himself some time. Seismic Shove is going to be critical here from Faker, as he's just going to get the flash out of Chovy. A big win for T1 in the trade on the top side of the map.
Really necessary for T1, with the bot lane already taking quite a big beating from this Kalista Renata, that they couldn't afford to, like in game 1, lose the top side. And this time the gambit works. Zeus finds the all-in on Keen, ends up going down, and Canyon as a result also taken out. This time T1 really ready for the response with that play, even with Chovy roaming over. No opportunity for Gen G to really collapse on Zeus, playing much more careful than game number 1. I imagine that the coaches had some choice words for him after playing it fast and loose with the Jace, as we do take another look here. Keen, the 1v1 never really where you're going to excel in this situation as the TF. Also, maybe if you're able to get the exhaust on, specifically the explosion, could have been the difference maker. Not going to be the case, then Canyon, just let the flash go. It's a Poppy. You're not going to be able to get the damage there, unfortunately. Chovy can't make it over because of the stones and because of the threat of Zeus. And Faker also able to get the flash out of Chovy as well. So now the game state still in favor of Gen G,
yeah,
but much more equal than it was before.
Yeah, it's a nice little fight back from T1 to try to get this back at parity, but as you mentioned, you know, with the TF in the top lane, yes, he died, but he's still going to be ahead in gold, I would imagine, just because of his passive. Also, the mid lane going pretty heavily in terms of CS towards the side of Chovy. Lahens bubbled up. Doesn't have a care in the world, it seems. Guma really wanted to take that ward away, but he will not be able to. The pressure in the bottom side from Gen G's bot lane still doing a great job.
Drakes are going to be the big thing here. A lot of very, very great Drakes have already been taken away. We don't have the possibility for Hextech, don't have the possibility for Infernal. Orcs has been holding strong, so I don't think it'll be a
So
Chemtech.
far.
So far.
Sussed.
He wouldn't let us down in game 2.
Yeah, surely. I have a little bit less faith than you do, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. And level 6 hit for everyone down here. So culling is going to be big, but at the same time, the ability to go for a big hostile takeover, a handshake, stuff like that. Chovy is going to be forced to Spirit Rush away here. Just trying to be aggressive in the enemy jungle. Now trying to put down some damage. Now we have this trade down in the bottom side. Big chunk done to Lehends and Pays.
That's big. Might be enough, unless someone on T1 mid position, to get them to Drake. No ult on Chovy. Pays and Lehends already taken very low. Looks like Genji still wants to look for a contest. Faker's a little bit low on mana, but outside of that, he's going to get a ton of build-out value here if they want to win.
Oh, Lehends, he is going to dodge that bubble, and now the engage comes in with the Magnet Storm, but they're so low on the side of Genji. Owner, though, is being chipped away. The Fate's Call is going to get that kill onto Owner here, as now Faker's getting pretty low himself, but Canyon went so deep for that play, as eventually Faker will be taken out. Chovy still no ultimate ability, so he will go down as well. Zeus makes his way down, and that should be T1's Dragon to take.
Dragon is going to go over. Genji do have a counterpunch on the other end of the map, but a much more even trade compared to last time. Big as well. It's also that another kill went over to Lehends. And if Chovy had his ultimate available, that could have been a very different fight. But the fact that they went for it in the first place is kind of crazy, given the health bars. But they have the confidence. The handshake is nice. The double knockup, absolutely pivotal there. And Guma and Keria are not really in the position to do a lot of damage there. Hayes, even with the threat of the rocks, still is able to get some damage going, and then Zeus shows up. It's like, guys, I was promised there was a party. Where is my party? Guma almost ends up going down to Drake, doesn't end up coming through. But unlike any of the previous plays, yes, the Drake went over, as we do have a Cloud Soul. Very happy about that.
Nice.
Keen did just get 3 blades in topside, and I think he was also behind in CS to a certain extent, going to be feeling a lot better, as Pays actually went opportunity first. I hadn't discussed this yet, but kind of out there. Don't think that I've seen this yet. Lethality, it's mostly just early Dirk, and then you go towards the Norma Kalista items.
When you don't want to play Varus, I guess just do this. But Guma gets in with the culling. He is going to kind of miss it as they go into the river. Here comes Chovy. They have a Rel behind them as well. Charm could be huge if he hits it. There it is, onto Owner. He's in a lot of trouble, but the stun for the Rel is going to miss. It will not matter as Pace takes him down in the 4v3 that was set up nicely here from Genji. Getting in once again with that one against the flash out of Guma. And man, Genji's getting so much value out of this play on the bottom side of the map.
Keen's roaming as well. Faker was looking for a possible ult angle. Doesn't have level 2 of the ultimate just yet. And the fight was already kind of lost, so there wasn't really an opportunity for T1 to try and collapse on that. We'll see if Keen ends up ulting back towards the top side of the map, because Zeus is going to make this turret disappear. It's a great magic trick. I know he's playing against TF, but I'm sure he has something to say about him on. Yeah, there is the ultimate, as expected. Don't want to give over too much free gold to Tristana, but a big win for Genji in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see now a 2,000 gold lead in favor of Genji. And Owner's down on the bottom side of the map. He's like, hey, maybe I can do something in the face of 8 wards in his vicinity. But still going to make his presence known. At least gives his bottom lane time to clear the wave and back. But we'll take another look, rather, at how this is set up.
The confidence of T1 to try and fight into this Kalista Renata is admirable, but Chovy is so far ahead of the curve here. I really don't think that they expected him to already be in a position. Completely catches T1 off guard, and with the RE there, the extended trades are really strong. So Zeus just walks it off. Not too bothered by that.
Yeah, I mean, the Tristana, you can see many of the different ways that it has a nice matchup into the TF. You can take cleanse as well, but also you can just, if the gold card gets fired, you just hop away, and then you have some nice distance. You can cleanse if anyone else is there.
Also Wend Call, which, when you think about it, is just like buying a TF passive. It's not as good.
Yeah.
but it helps a little bit.
Budget TF pass.
You don't feel like you're getting hustled quite as much.
It's better than not having a call, I'd say, especially in that top lane that has been mostly just farming and clearing waves.
It also looks like in one game we're going to get both Twisted Fate and Twisted Flution. The Atlas Invention coming through.
Oh no.
Guma going
So cursed.
for Shiv first, RFC second, Canyon. They're trying to do the same thing, but it's...
Yeah.
Guys, I get that you want to, but Zeus is very clearly playing a lot more respectful, and he's also Tristana.
It's kind of funny that we saw the biggest gold gap was in the support role, as Lahens has 2 kills, 3 assists, no deaths.
Wait, they also have double Knights. Genji's really just... This item's broken. We're going to buy it on as many people as possible. So,
Ow.
both Pace as well as Keen are protected by their respective Knights, as we might have a fight for Herald here, Valdez.
Yeah, kind of an interesting one. Zeus did pick up his first item, so maybe just trying to utilize the Tristana value, but the cleanse forced out already. And a knock away from Owner, but the timing is totally off. I mean, look at this. Now, Chovy can re-engage. They get the flash at a Keen, but total control of the river right now does go towards Gen.G, and Chovy is not done with this yet. Rock's on cooldown at the moment for Faker, so Chovy just gets to dash around and have some fun. And yeah, that's easily going to go into the hands of Gen.G.
With the health bars low, T1 might have preferred to back off and save their TP, because both Chovy and Faker TP'd. Gonna be feeling great for Gen.G because they did actually get the Herald.
No!
Nah, surely that was on purpose, right?
Like this, Canyon.
Canyon!
Yeah, that's...
That was not on purpose, chat. We know.
Well, there's a wall coming out here as Faker trying to make a play. He wants to make a difference in this game. And he's just gonna sling some rocks at Lahens. No! He gets away! On basically no health, as yes, he did have to flash, but Faker's gonna be kicking himself for that one.
We're getting a back and forth game, fellas. That's all I can ask for. A lot of frustration, I imagine, for either of these teams, as Paces just seem to accept Varus is not cool anymore. Kalista is Varus, but with a utility ult. We're gonna make it work. Ghostblade now done as well, and outside of Poppy, there isn't a lot of tankiness, as Canyon might look for a steal.
Now let's see if he can get it. Yes, he
He's
can.
Rel!
It's Rel! As how many times do we have to see this? Keria also isolated, free kill for him. Zeus, meanwhile, yes, he will take the turret, but Gen.G, they're stacking Drakes. They are winning these fights, and they're continuing to put pressure on this map.
Pace, gonna be at the very least doing a lot of damage. Guma, I think, should be able to clear the wave here. Oh, that is a cannon minion.
Pace does not care. Imagine if that Q hit. The damage is, let's say, off the chain.
It's problematic
Let's
for
use that.
T1. It's great for Gen.G, who now did lose the topside turret, which I think is why the gold is still feeling relatively even. But the map control, you would much rather have that mid lane turret. 2 Drake lead here for Gen.G because Canyon is Rel, and as you pointed, I feel like it's not a flip if you're playing in the Rel. It just isn't. It's heavily weighted towards the Rel. There was a small moment there where it went down to, I think, like 100, but obviously the Rel always going to have the advantage as he gets to time the smite with the exact timing of the Q.
I think Jonas Strong just figured out that a double Knight's Vow. And, I mean, you might as well. You've technically got 280 carries with the TF, so why not? Yeah. It feels pretty good. They had the Corki in the first game, which is not really an 80 carry, but a similar role, I suppose. Handshake, oh boy. Keria just caught out here once again. Guma just going to put some damage in. Lahen's relatively tanky with this itemization, so...
Yeah, because of the combination of, like, he's Mercs, Knight's Vow, Kindle Gem, and Slay, so it actually is a pretty beefy Renata this time around. And it forces the flash out of Keria, making him much more susceptible to a possible engage, or perhaps even Keen jumping on top of him out of nowhere. Chovy did get spotted there on the ward. And the third Drake fight, as it often is, I think is going to be a major breakpoint here. If Gen.G are able to get that one as well, Cloud Soul with things like Rel and TF and Ari is going to be feeling really good as the wall
Yeah, they're just trying to open up this mid lane and look for a play onto the turret. That's a knock up on a Canyon. The max range seismic shove as the bailout doesn't do anything. It's a kill for Zeus. And just like that, they are going to clear the wave, so no turret does go down just yet. And in fact, Keen did get a turret on the bot side of a map. So now Chovy coming on in, using the end of his Spirit Rush just to push them away.
Little attempt of Genji there
Baron.
is that T1 do pivot. Oh!
20-minute Baron.
The T1 Baron, it started up. Keen has his ultimate available, the teleport getting invested.
Double 80 carry is going to do a nice amount of damage to this, but it's just so early. I mean, this is very risky from the side of T1. It is very T1-esque, but Genji not to be failed. And as you mentioned, the Destiny spots them all and makes this very easy. You can't back there. Okay, they're just going to fight it, I guess. Fate's Call utilized. The Tidal Wave does get a lot of value in this jungle. And it is a 4v5 here for Genji. Flash forward as gets stunned on the rocks at least, but Chovy will avoid his death. As Genji pushed them away, but it was kind of close there.
With no cleanse, if Keen had flashed there, I'm pretty sure Guma would have ended up dying. Was very close at the end. T1 trying to take some liberties with their back timings. Genji still looking, not going to go one way or the other. Did force out the teleport, or the ultimate rather. As we take another look here, one of the big things with Rel and how tanky she gets, and why I think he feels like he can go, is because of if you hit people with skills, you are basically unkillable. If you don't, and you don't proc your Aftershock, you do go down very rapidly. This from T1, definitely optimistic. My main point of contention with this, that they invested Faker's teleport, and that feels a little bit rough to me.
Oh, we got some fights in live. It is Canyon in a lot of trouble once again. Has to flash the wall. Nice little pick from the set of 2-1, but flash forward here. No cleanse onto Guma. He is in so much trouble, and down he goes. Pace gonna get that one. Keen nearly takes, or Zeus rather, nearly takes out Canyon. But Chovy gonna win the 1v1 here against Faker, and Zeus is so far behind enemy lines. T1 so broken up in this fight, and immediately Genji gonna capitalize on that one. A triple kill for Pace.
4 for 0! That's gonna be Nash! Genji go for a brawling composition, and brawl they do. That's going to set up perfectly as well. They will get the empowered backs, make their way back, and it starts in an attempted pick onto Canyon. This time he does get to proc his Aftershock, does stay alive, and then Keen. Again, Guma, he doesn't have cleanse. Doesn't have it available. It was used in the previous skirmish, so when Keen hits, Lahens knows he can follow up. Chovy doing so much work in the backline, winning that 1v1.
Yeah, the 1v1 was critical. Like, Faker did 0 in that fight. And Chovy had obviously a lot more Spirit Rush after he picks up the kill. The angle from Keen was perfect with the flash on in. He identifies that Guma does not have his cleanse and makes quick work of that. And Genji just wiped them off the map with one fell swoop. The game was kind of close before that. And with double 80 carry on the side of T1, you could say maybe, but Genji now very much in control of this game.
This is like so monkey's paw. You're like, oh, I wish Zeus had a much better game. Well, he did. Outside of that, though, the key thing to me is that T1, when they have been at leads, they've been, I think, by far our most overpowering team. You know, they've been stompy as hell. But it's easy to forget that against Genji, getting early game leads is quite tough. And when it comes to team fighting, Genji haven't really met their match. And in this series, I don't think they have either. I think that with the Soul going, or rather the Soul Point going over to Genji, them getting
the Baron.
This early a Baron, Pace has Edge of Night as well. Chovy, who isn't even remotely the focal point of this composition, quietly as he does, is monstrously fed. Genji are about to just 2-0 T1, and Genji winning shouldn't be a surprise, given how good this team is domestically, but in this fashion, I am a bit baffled, Feldes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new year, a new roster. They look stronger than ever, and T1 have not matched them at all today. Was thinking that maybe in this early in the mid-game, we had a bit of a challenge. Nice 3-man knockback here as Lahens and Keen are in a bit of trouble. Kennemin's going to help block some of that culling. And they do get pushed away for now, but Genji's still in the driver's seat.
Last game, it was just a jungle gap. This time around, it's as if Genji is just able to play better around the power of this Renata and the bot lane in particular. I would not have expected Pays and Lahens to get the upper hand, but in this game, they really have. The Baron buff about to time out, but the Red Bull Baron power play still 3k here, full map control. And map control with an Ahri that's up a level and up a kill and a bunch of CS and a TF, gonna be feeling quite good.
This time there's just not enough damage. Zoner doesn't do much. I mean, he does have a Sunfire. Don't let Ox hear me. But yeah, just not enough even in the 2v1. And Genji just going to utilize the end of the Baron buff and back away. It's 6,000 gold plus for the side of Genji in terms of the lead. Pays is immensely fed. We have Chovy even going for the Banshee Veil next, just in case. Doesn't want to get picked off as he is level 16, the highest level by far, 2 levels ahead of both solo laners on the side of T1. And I don't think anyone's ever going to match him in this game unless it goes very late, which Genji don't seem to have any intention of letting this one go much later.
Don't think they should, as the gold will equalize eventually. The shredding of resistances might be enough.
Oh, no. He's just going to try to run through this one. He does have to utilize his flash, but yeah, now a wall comes down here. That's, yeah, Faker's just probably dead here, in a ton of trouble. He will flash and immediately dies. Looking for an opportunistic angle, but it's actually Chovy who has found the angles so much more often in this game. Genji get the pick.
Chovy's charms, man. Second time he charms Faker off the wall that I have noticed in this game. And Faker was looking to hop. You can, with the Taliyah, hop back towards your turret. You can hop over small walls. But Chovy just perfectly knocks him out of it. Rather charms him out of it. Takes him down. That's going to be the inhib gone. Yes, it's mid inhib, which is the least bad of inhibs to lose, but that's when we're saying stuff like that, Valbis, you know that the game state is not looking too hot.
And there's another kill, and live it looks like Owner is just dead, and we're going to skip out of that replay. You know, we wished for a close series, but instead it's Genji just absolutely pummeling them the ground. It just ends up being
it's not even close.
Not much of a competitive game or series at all. And you know, I'm sorry it's not more hype, but I guess we just got to bask in the glory. Yeah, this charm. The timing, it's also max range. I mean, Faker's like, yeah, I could probably do this, hop over, it'll be fine. And yeah, to be fair, he's on the wall in a straight line, but the timing of it is just immaculate. And I think, you know, Chronicler, you were just a little bit ahead of your time with your Chovy vote in game 1. I think you can do it in this game as well.
Are you giving me the bailout?
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
I'm the Renata Glask in this game. For you.
Oh, for me. I appreciate it, Valdes. Right now, T1, anything short of a miracle was not going to keep them in this game. QSS bot for Keen.
Yeah, Guma. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Dead.
Yeah, they're making this one hurt as well. I mean, the teleport from behind Chovy's like, okay, Chronicler, I see you. I'll make sure that you can vote for me in game 2. We've had a lot of games go very long in this meta nowadays, and it might be 2 games under 30 minutes.
Isn't like Pays or Lahens though? I feel like they did such a good job. Is this me trying to recuperate from my previous Chovy vote? Am I trying to overcorrect?
Yeah, I mean,
I do have a tendency to do so.
I don't think it's Keen or Canyon.
No, I feel confident for
but
that one.
If anyone did like Pays or Lahens votes, I think that's fine. But Chovy has been the most flashy.
He really has been. A possible angle here for T1 to pick up a bounty. They traded for Baron.
They will. I mean, they'll get the Cloud Drake, but to be honest, who cares? It's one Cloud Drake. It's a Baron going the way of Genji. And Guma's done the most damage, but that's because he has the ability called the Culling. And that's about the only reason in this game.
Valdes, I can't lie. I was expecting more. I was really psyching.
We
were psyching ourselves up.
Y'all were expecting
like this
more.
series is gonna, and it is amazing. I'm a Genji predictor.
Yeah, I'm sure you're feeling great.
But this is. Woo.
All right, Chovy. Oh, the charm again, and yeah, he'll cleanse it, but he barely gets away with his life. And yeah, at this point, Genji can pretty much do anything. They are so far ahead, over 11,000 gold. And it's early, but you can see that this is a very important series because if Genji do win this one, it could lock you first place. T1 were really their only competitors. They took out Life Esports this week as well. And it's weird, but I feel like this series is more one-sided even than the Hama Life series was. But I guess in terms of stomps that were 2-0, it's pretty similar, I guess.
It might be expectations playing into it as well. I don't think any of us had any expectations of Hanwha. And it isn't to do with Hanwha not being a good team. It's just that very clearly both T1 and Gen.G are on a different level, which, you know, if you've been watching the LCK over the course of the last 2 years, is nothing new. But T1 not being able to match either is... And to this extent, Gen.G, I really all the praise for their gameplay in this one, and we're already winding up because it's guys, it's an 11k gold lead.
It's over. The game is done. Yeah. I'm sure, I don't want to speak for you, Chronicler, but I'm sure that even though you guys did predict for Gen.G, you're probably thinking like 55, 45, maybe even closer.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone could have expected it to be this one-sided, but it is the way it is.
I know, maybe Jonah Strong.
Jonah Strong.
He does have a gift.
Yeah, you probably predicted 3-0, even though you're not allowed to do that in best of 3 series. Yeah, I think that Gen.G should just be applauded for coming in here against a really strong opponent and making them look a bit silly today. And Jovi, it almost looks like he took it personally as the max range. This is what I was talking about with the TF. You just have so much great target acquisition. And you layer one gold card with the charm with anything, and somebody's going to die. There it is. The Railing Gates comes in, and Gen.G, they want to end this game, and they want to end it now. The 2 Nexus turrets are going to go down, as Gen.G will absolutely clobber T1 in a 2-0 victory tonight. They're playing with their food, just as we've seen Gen.G and T1 do many a time, but tonight it is all Gen.G all the way as they take them down in a 2-0.
Absolute massacre. The only way to describe this one. I don't know how many combined kills we've gotten as I gotta give it to my challenger boy.
7 out of 8 again.
He built full lethality Kalista. If it's Lehens, if it's Chovy, that'll make perfect sense as well.
I think it'll be Chovy.
It might be. It's fine. If I'm wrong again, I can live with that. I have the excuse of just being flabbergasted by this series. A win for Gen.G, sure, through the power of team fighting, through the power of bouncing back, of great macro. Not by doing what T1 generally do best, which is early skirmishing, early fights, early lane dominant play and objective stacking, and then just completely trouncing them at it.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say? The results speak for themselves. It's round 1, 2-0 as well. In round 2, we come in here and it's a more one-sided 2-0. We thought, hey, you know, first day of spring, you know, maybe T1 are still a little bit hungover from the Worlds win, whatever. And now we're like, no, Gen.G are just the much better team right now, which is crazy to say. I mean, we had, you know, Gen.G and T1 on the same tier, but I don't know anymore. After this, it's like every time these two teams do meet up, Gen.G just always have their number. And with this new roster especially, Canyon making himself very well much felt, I would say, in this series. I don't think he'll pick up POG for Game 2, but Game 1 easily, and he played excellently in Game 2 as well. So, what else can you say?
And the performance of the Gen.G bot lane and top lane, to me, are the most of a standout. Because Chovy being Chovy, not really a surprise there. Canyon also, I think, again showing that outside of the one series against KT, he just has been on a tear. That's in game. It was what it was. It was against Senna. Don't know if we can fault him for that. But the performance of Gen.G's bot lane and Keen, I think they really stepped up today. I think that was what was the big reason why a lot of people thought that T1 was going to win, was specifically because of how dependable Zayas has been, regardless of lane state, and Guma and Keria.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty jarring, I will expect, for a lot of T1 fans to watch Guma and Keria make so many bot lanes look like they're not even in the game, and then come into this one and be like, wait, why isn't my bot lane doing what they always do? And it's quite simply because they met their match, right? Lehens and Pays are on the same level, and they were able to make it felt in this series. The Kalista Renata as well, given on over the priority on the Lucian, not really felt, I would say. Yes, Guma did a lot of damage, sure, but we didn't really see him take over the game in the same way that the Kalista Renata was able to. And a lot of these skirmishes as well, you could just feel the after effects of all that early game.
These mid-game team fights, this was the fight where truly T1's back was broken, unable to come back after that one. Chovy finding Faker, his Ahri again looking absolutely incredible. Malignance, it's too much power for this man. Shouldn't have that much of an impact, but he does.
탑웨이브 들어가고.
And I think back to the Ahri build that we used to have, where you had the Everfrost, it was the vegan build, right?
Yeah.
In
The
theory,
Banshee ban.
yeah, well, he went Banshees in this
Horizon
game as well.
focus.
I didn't feel it. I didn't feel a lack of damage and upped utility. I feel like he just got both.
It helps that he was level 18 while Faker was level 15 at the end of the game. He was just so far ahead of everybody, to be honest. And you can see they're just saying they want to go for more kills. Very happy, big smiles on everybody's faces. Genji was also all smiles, all joking and laughing before the series as well, which is not always what you see going into a big series like this, but they brought that energy, I suppose, into this series, and it helped them out.
Genji, 2-0 and 7 kills in total in the entire series for T1. I'm sure T1, come playoffs, will bounce back. I think game 1, the draft, did feel like it was pretty narrow in terms of win conditions. But I also don't think that you can just point a draft and go, hey,
no.
This, especially the second game.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say except, like, let's let the space break it down, right? Because I think they have a lot to say, especially about that draft. And that was a very one-sided 2-0, and I just want to listen to what they have to say. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Valdez. We do indeed have words to say here on the Saturday Showdown space. And gentlemen, we had a slight upgrade when it came to the draft, I guess. How do we feel about the second Genji victory while we kind of sit here and reel about the fact that this even happened?
Yeah, this felt closer, but that isn't saying much compared to game 1. We ended up seeing Genji get the Kalista Renata, which has been super high prioritized, really powerful. And what I thought was interesting was, they ended up having Kalista into Poppy Talia, which sounds really uncomfortable. But Paze, we've seen like the early Dirk, and he put points in Q, but he went full lethality, because like standing still, hopping and auto-attacking against this composition feels really difficult. So he just said, I'm just going to throw a spear at you, rend, and do like 1,000 damage. And it really worked pretty effectively.
I think that the choice to give Kalista and not take Kalista was puzzling to me, and maybe the Poppy, as you mentioned, was kind of what they thought was going to be the answer. They were happy to trade the Rel for that, but it didn't end up really mattering for T1, unfortunately, as Canyon continued to have better games than Owner here, or better play than Owner. And I think if you're the best Kalista bottom lane in the LCK, which I think is pretty undisputably true for Keria and Guma, maybe you prioritize that one. That was the biggest puzzle for me, puzzle piece that was missing. And then Zeus got kind of zoned out of playing anything relevant here, so he ended up playing Tristana, which he played into the Twisted Fate, didn't get a lot of control. I feel like Keen played the map a lot better because he's Twisted Fate. And it was just a very unusual draft, I think. I think both of these teams kind of pushed themselves down to these weird scenarios because there's so many specific bans for specific players. But at the end of the day, it was not about the draft, it was about the gameplay.
Yeah, I was the same level of worried. I saw the Lucian first pick, I went, ugh. And then I saw the Kalista Rel response, and I was like, ugh. And I was very worried. But the early game did definitely go a little bit better for T1 this time around. Let's jump into our first highlight and see how Genji sort of managed to get it back under their control after some whoopsies in the top lane for Genji.
Yeah, you can see from the top of the scoreboard, it is gold-wise still favored towards Genji, but definitely a lot more even. And the thing is, when you have like the Talia and the Poppy, the expectation is you lean towards your sides, play very aggressively to punish. But it was Genji who was setting up these plays, and we see Chovy come in here, manage to land a charm onto Owner, which results in a kill. And he actually in this play spends a lot of time bot making things happen for Genji.
Yeah, and so much of this play also is Keen handling the macro, so pushes topside into Zeus, who doesn't have teleport, then goes mid to get those minions that Faker was pushing in as well. So Faker just unable to really make an impact here because he can't Weaver's Wall in very well because they just are outnumbered down there on the bottom side. Doesn't have a great angle to turn the play. So Keen is actually catching everything right now without really any threat. And even after he gets the mid minions, he then can go back top as well. So there's just a lot happening here in terms of Genji playing the map well, utilizing the Twisted Fate while also hard forcing fights in the bottom side of the map, using the Ahri and the Kalista. The power of these picks together with Renata in these skirmishes is just so strong, and it feels like they just had an extra member because of this Twisted Fate. So they generated so much more gold despite the team fight win on the map as well.
Yeah, and the momentum that you can build up by being able to catch all of those waves and allow the bottom lane to just get zoned out so incredibly far, I think that's what gave Genji the ability to get towards these Drakes and really start snowballing the game forward. And by Jove, did it snowball further forward. Let's have a look at our second highlight here. Orcs, take us through what happened.
Yeah, so a lot goes on in this team fight. I think the big thing for me is how little impact Guma is actually able to have. This looks initially good with the Rel focus, but I think we're seeing the value of the Twisted Fate into these short-range picks. Lucian gets stunned, no cleanse available, the ult from Renata follows, and it's just gone off the bat. You can see Zeus is trying to focus down Canyon, doesn't get him, but even if he did, it's just not worth it when it's someone who's already out the fight. Chovy picks off Faker, and now Zeus is in this really compromising position, and it just felt like the setup, the angle, the flank from Keen was so much better there.
There's just straight up no engage for T1. You know, they're trying to come in and make these plays onto Canyon. They use their tools there, and then the turnaround onto Guma is there. And then the whole fight is split. And Faker is Talia, so he kind of needs to have some setup where he needs to be setting up for damage that isn't there because his AD carry is dead, and Tristana's not able to make the impact there. So everything is just split, and Genji just picked them apart so well. Great game from Genji. I think T1, obviously a fantastic team, and Genji made them look like they're not even on their level here in this series. I think some adjustments will be made before playoffs, but as it has been echoed by everyone, I did not expect this series to be this one-sided. It just really wasn't on my bingo card.
Definitely not on the bingo card. This was one of the fastest series that we've had so far this season, which is not what I was expecting to say. Let's have a look at our POG, though. Who is going to pick it up this time around? A lot of good choices as Lehens collects it 2-0 and 13. And the man narrowly escaped death every single time in this game as well.
Yeah, I think the 2v2 was something where we saw advantages picked up. Obviously, Paze goes down there, and Guma gets a little bit baited, outranged. But I feel like the value of the hostile takeover in these team fights is just so massive.
Yeah, some really good hostile takeovers. His handshakes were good. Bailout value was insane. His Knight's Vow, even though he turned it on a little bit late, was actually super high value for his AD carry as well. They had double Knight's Vow, which I thought was pretty cool in this game with the composition that they had. And just in general, the plays we saw from him in team fights, the shielding he provided, he was so high impact in every single fight that for me, I had to vote for him. He had such high KP as well. And
Whoa.
you and I end up breaking the tie here on the casting vote.
And a few Paze voters. I actually feel like the fact that there's a couple of Paze voters goes a little bit more towards breaking the tie in favor of Lehens, just because they were together, involved in almost everything. So
Yeah,
maybe that makes it more
I was
acceptable.
nearly a Paze voter. Those are the two I was kind of hovering in between.
Well, then it could have been even more tie action. Could have been very, very cool. Anyway, let's throw it over to Dear, though. She can translate the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Canyon and Lehens on the side of Genji, who just came out on top with a clean 2-0 against T1. Today was an important match. Following the win in round 1, you secured yet another win against T1 in round 2. So how does it feel to reclaim first place? Yeah, it was a first place decider. I'm very happy that we were able to win. And I think we played really well. That makes me feel very, very happy about the result as well. And today was an important match, almost as the first place decider, as you said. So Canyon, how did you maintain your condition? Did you get some good rest? Yeah, as important of a match it is, it's very vital for you to maintain your condition. And I feel like today we are in our top condition, which has had a positive effect on the match today. Since last year, Genji is on a 7-match winning streak against T1. So how do you feel about this achievement, Lians? I feel like we're doing really well. And maybe I have about 50% stake in that contribution. And I'm very happy to hear that. And Canyon, in game 1, T1 picked Jace and LeBlanc after a long time. So was this an expected move? So Jace after the buff, we did expect that there's a possibility that they pick it. And as for the LeBlanc, I don't think we actually took too much consideration into in terms of whether we expected it today or not. And what stood out was how you focused the Jace down from the start. And thanks to you, Xante scored 2 kills and scaled nicely. So how did you come up with the early gank pathing? From the enemy red, I saw where the enemy was. And I figured that as long as I move top, I'm able to secure a kill for my top, so I think that worked out pretty nicely. And Lihans, in both games 1 and 2, you faced Lucian Nami bot. And after game 1, what did you think was the important part in terms of laning phase in game 2? I knew that Lucian Nami would play aggressively. I think that's most of the thing that I was considering. So I was really hyper-focused on just playing the bot lane nicely. So I think maybe that's how we were able to be so successful. And Renata pulled off several super safe moments. So how did you react to those plays? You know, I can't recall those specific moments, but I would say that Pace did a really good job, and that's why we were able to be so dominant. And Lihans, yes, you had so much influence from the laning phase to team fights. And your Renata is quite clean, and so did the Kalista nerf have any big impact? Honestly, because of how good I am, the Kalista nerf probably didn't have any effect. And game 1, the opponent was unable to get a single kill as the game ended, and even game 2 was a clean sweep. So did you expect to win so dominantly? You know, regardless of the result, we were expecting the game to be a lot closer and that we would actually struggle a lot, but it went well as well as I hoped it to be. And Lihans, you know, I thought it would be 50-50, but it really went well today. And to defend your first place spot, you need to continue securing more wins. So what is your resolution for the remainder of round 2? Canyon? Yeah, we don't have many matches left in round 2, but I would like to continue to secure more wins in the remaining matches. And Lihans? Yeah, we were able to get another 2-0. I want to make sure that we are focused on every match that is remaining, and hopefully we're able to get the result we want. And many fans must be very happy to see you win today, so please send a message to your fans. From the bottom of my heart, I would like to say thank you so much for all your support. We'll work hard to provide you with the best entertaining matches that you can watch. And Lihans. So Canyon told us, or actually, Gin told us that he has something, a surprise for us when we get or secure the win today. So we look forward to that. And this will be the end of the interview with Canyon and Lihans, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the fantastic translation. And yeah, congratulations. Thought it was going to be harder than it was, and we expected that it'd be harder for them than it was as well. But now it's time to have a look at the standings as Gen G will claim first place, the most important victory for the claiming of that position.
They also have a 2-0 record against T1 now, so if some weird circumstance happens where Genji does drop a game to Kwangdong or something like we've seen in past seasons, and then T1 ends up tied with them in game score, they will have that head-to-head advantage. So very nice win for them. Huge. Looks like they're probably going to be our first seed.
Yeah, chances are I think it's very hard for T1 to reclaim that spot. Even if Genji have some shenanigans that happen, I think it's unlikely they'll drop more than one series, if even one.
Yeah, and it's a 2-0 as well, so it's creating even more of a points gap. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is not all. As you can see on your screen right there, we have a barn burner for you in a few minutes' time. Kwangdong Freaks taking on DRX after the break. Stay tuned.
and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second series of the night, a bit faster than I think we expected or hoped for.
I'm still...
Yeah. If you guys missed that one, definitely check it out a bit later. But now we're moving on to Kwangdong Freaks versus DRX, and this one definitely has a lot of stuff on the line as well, because Kwangdong Freaks, they really want to secure a last playoff spot. DRX, they want to hold on to a hope of making it into playoffs, which, by the way, if they do lose today, they will lose that hope of making playoffs because they won't have a chance to make it in at all. So DRX fighting for their lives here.
DRX fighting for their lives, and in case of a Kwangdong victory, also do note, Brion also at risk. So DRX not fighting only for their own life, but also for the bros. Although I'm sure the Brion fans won't care regardless of what happens, as that is just who they are. We take another look here, and it is remarkable. Kwangdong has had some great games and some games that left us scratching our heads, but it does really feel like they are very firmly, and the last time this was, I think, as much of a lull was like, what, 2020, 2021 seasons? Kwangdong the gatekeeper. They probably won't beat anyone above them, but they will beat everyone below them. Perfect balance.
Perfect balance right in the middle there. DRX in crisis. Time to revive their chances for playoffs. They are eliminated if Kwangdong Freaks defeat them. And if Kwangdong Freaks win 2-0, Bro is also eliminated. So that's what Chronicler was referring to before. And so Kwangdong Freaks has the chance to knock out two birds with one stone with a 2-0 victory. And I'm sure that's going to be what they are aiming for here, especially with the rest of their schedule pretty difficult looking. Will Sejuani be the key jungle pick today? Because both these guys are great at this pick.
What do you like more, Cusjuani or Sponjuani?
Sponguani.
Oh, is that how you pronounce it? I don't speak.
I don't know.
I don't speak SpongeBob. That has been the pick that Sponge has been most successful. It's also been the pick that has been consistently B1. And DRX have also seemingly identified, if Sponge doesn't get Sejuani, and I don't think this is up to Sponge specifically, but we don't win. As Teddy is about to hit 600 LCK games, is the sixth player to do so. I just hope it's a good one, it's a happy one. An 0-2 loss here and an elimination in playoffs would just be very sad, as our Fountain Laser,
Human Nexus.
Yeah. Lot of stats over the course, obviously having some truly iconic moments here in the LCK.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting too that his most played is the Ezreal. He also debuted in my comeback to League of Legends. I was talking with you about this before. I cast in 2012, but then I came back in 2017 spring. That was Teddy's first split. His debut. So
you left League of Legends, and then
I came back.
Fortunately for everyone, you realized your errors and you came back.
Yes. And I've been here for a while now, just as has Teddy been. I think that's how you say that.
Yes.
And he is going to be hitting his 600th game tonight. So congratulations to him. And we'll see if that game is a win or what it looks like, as our key player matchup is going to be the jungles. Cuz definitely was the big shining light, especially in round one for Kwangdong Freaks, where Sponge definitely started off a bit iffy, and then he gained a bit more power with a lot of Sejuani play, but now teams have identified that. But certainly is up there in terms of kill participation, making stuff happen for the team.
Definitely not a player without faults, but on a team like DRX, I also think it's hard to truly shine. Sponge, as mentioned, the faith that his team has of him specifically, as he is playing just Sejuani, is something that they're going to need here today as well. But one, obviously, Cuz is amazing at it, and secondly, everyone also knows DRX, even though they are a bottom-of-the-barrel team, has consistently been hit with bans like the Sejuani, because teams know that they are so reliant on the pick. We'll see if it is going to be a win here today. It's so important for DRX to get this match win, but with how Kwangdong have been looking recently, had a little dip. And I still don't think that we expect too much out of them when it comes to performing in playoffs, but they still feel like a very different caliber from VRX and Nongshim, and DRX and Bro as well.
Yeah. Just looking back on the schedule of Kwangdong Freaks, they lost to Bro a couple of times, and they went down to Genji. They defeated Nongshim. in a 2-1 slugfest, and then they went down to T1. So some of their losses recently have been a bit rough against very strong teams, T1 and Gen G namely, as well as Bro, of course. Teddy, once again, congratulations, 600 wins. Ruler had left right before 600, and by wins, I mean games in this case. 600 games for Teddy. And yeah, he hits it here in game number 1. Do you think Bulldog is going to play Aurelion Sol?
I hope so.
Shoemaker did it.
I like seeing the Aurelion Sol. They might go for double dragon. Maybe, you know...
Smolder first pick?
Yes. CV Max leaves Senna open, and then they pick the enemy picks Senna, and then you go double dragon, and you're like, "Pah, think you win scaling?" I think not.
They don't win scalesing in that case.
They do not, and that's what really matters.
Unless they get more than 2 Drakes.
But I don't know if you can. You only have Shyvana.
No, I mean they can get Drakes on the Rift too.
Oh,
right.
Well, yeah, I didn't consider that.
Right.
So you got me there.
Then
right?
your scalesing goes up.
Right.
As well as your scaling in some circumstances. Let's take a look at this draft here as Orianna going to be taken off the board. Was banned in both games in our first series. Kalista probably should have been banned in our games in the first series. Banned here. Sejuani immediately taken down. They did not want to first pick it.
Sejuani not going to be given over to Sponge, unfortunately for him. Nautilus remains very firmly on the ban list, which does somewhat baffle me. The win rate has been pretty hit or miss. And I want to add that Renata is in a great spot in the meta at the moment. Works really well with picks like the Varus, and also completely dunks on Nautilus. Senna should be the ban here, but we might see DRX take a lesson away from their loss and be like, you know what? Smolder does beat Senna.
Whatever he said there, it didn't look like Senna. So it is going to be the Ashe ban instead. And the Senna should be picked up immediately here for the side of the Kwangdong Freaks. Senna on a 2-game losing streak, by the way. So she won, what was it, 16 games in a row? Then she lost 2. I don't think that has anything to do with the champion and its power, though, Chronicler.
Worrying trend for Senna enjoyers such as ourselves. It will be the Smolder coming up here. I think that the Nautilus ban was kind of hinting at that. That's the one situation where we have seen teams giving over Senna Kench. Not going to feel quite as bad unless your opponent is T1, in which case it is a mistake. And you should not do it because Carrier should not be allowed to have gold. On Kench, the Karma not going to make us very excited. We've seen the pick be fine. As, ooh, that is a Kwangdong special.
Do it.
Yeah, I kind of love it.
Yeah.
Shove Smolder underneath his turret. Don't allow him to stack.
And when he does hit 225, you heal a bunch of the damage.
You just
that
heal
burns
all
you.
of it.
Yeah, you got a bunch of shields, healing, sustain. I think it's great in this case, especially when you're already looking at 2 very like disengagey kind of scaly picks. The Tahm Kench is kind of lose value in terms of its Devour ability on the defensive end, so I think this is a great idea to pull out the Seraphine in this bottom lane.
One more pick here. The Hui. Unsurprising, both mid laners have liked it a ton. Bulldog was really at the forefront, as he often is. What often happens is Bulldog picks something, and then it looks a little bit silly. And then, like 2 weeks later, a lot of people are playing. We've seen it with Hui. We saw it with Xerath a while back as well. Is going to get picked up here. Hui. The scaling already for Kwangdong is pretty ludicrous. Is heavy on the AP, so I imagine that they want to look for an aggressive topside. As Xin Zhao gonna get picked up here for Sponge, and I don't love the idea of playing Xin Zhao into the Kwangdong comp. I don't think that sounds very fun.
Yeah,
trying to play a melee carry into Senna Seraphine, but if we look at him like a tool to create space, then it's a little better, which,
yeah,
it's as long as Smolder stays safe, right? That's kind of the idea.
Yeah, I think it's all right. I mean, it offers you some amount of engage, even though it's going to be, as you already mentioned, pretty difficult to engage in this comp, but also in terms of creating space, which I think is the most important thing with this pick. It is going to be excellent. So there were probably better picks, but we'll handle it. We'll get through this together. Lee Sin and Pyke going to be taken off the board. The Pyke Smolder, not a lane we see very often.
No, not a lane I think anyone would love to see. But it is a comfort pick for Plata, and that's one of the weaknesses of Seraphine, can be these type of hook champions with a lot of mobility. Plata's Rakan is great. Rakan hasn't been doing too hot. We have seen the pick fall off just a little bit. But it does fill a need that DRX have for immediate engage. Because right now they have nothing. Xin Zhao as your main engage is very tragic. I know there is the potential. That I actually love. You're playing into two mobile carries on the enemy team. Or free rather, even Wave falls on it. Yes, there's a lot of speeding up, but when piloted well, I actually think the Bard can do a really good job. Or also is a more lane dominant support if you do want to try and set up for your jungler, can actually do some early bullying. Don't mind it. I know that Volibear jungle is technically great, but I like the tank variety a whole lot more. I don't think that's what we're going to see here, though. And Volibear does get a lot of extra longevity with Senna and Seraphine to back him up.
Yeah, he is going to really love what he's got behind him, essentially. In terms of what it offers to this comp, it's not really going to be able to do too much early on with the lanes that we're seeing right now. But maybe it just becomes unkillable, and you can just kind of ult into that back line, just jump over everyone. But yeah, not 100% sure about the power level of the Volibear. I feel like might as well just go Vi in some cases like that. As the Cassante was left up, and they will take it.
Gnar available here is, oh yes.
Malphite.
Yes! Do it, Rask! He does it again.
Rock solid.
It is rock solid. Who kills Malphite? Bulldog late game if he doesn't get ulted. But I know that I think the Quantum comp is insanely strong. Bull loves playing Seraphine, goes way back, has played this so many times, even back in Challengers. It is a death ball comp that is absolutely terrifying. I do think, though, it is low on AD damage. And the type of AP damage that they do have, I don't think really keeps you safe against Malphite. So I do worry about what Rascal is going to be able to do in this game. I do think the composition of DRX feels a little bit more disjointed when you look at the different parts. There's like a lot of things that in theory make sense. You have the Bard ultimate for engage, you have Malphite as well, either for starting up fights or solid follow-up. But how are you really going to get Smolder through the early game? It's going to have to be a lot of heavy lifting from both Sponge as well as from Yehu. And into Cos Bulldog, that's a pretty tall ask.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting draft for this first game, for sure. Not something we see too often, but the Volibear jungle makes his reappearance to the chagrin of Atlas on the space today. We'll see if it can have a bit more value than the last time we saw it. I think with this comp it should. But yeah, the rock at the end at R5 seems pretty strong as well. But let's find out what happens as we hop on the rift for game number 1. Wait, who's on the blue side?
DRX.
DRX, Hana, do it!
No, I'm briefing you. I thought that was...
On the freaks, Hana, do it!
Guangdong, fighting!
DRX, Hana, do it!
DRX, fighting!
All right, we did it. We
nailed it.
Saved. No issues at all with that one.
No problems whatsoever, fortunately.
Yeah, our timing was impeccable.
Absolutely essential. I love that, like, you also didn't know and then tried to do it the right way, and I was like, no, I got you, and then I didn't have you.
You did get me.
I did.
Well, in a different way.
In a bad way, Valdez. That's not what I wanted.
Got him.
I did, yeah. I should have played it up as a mean joke. Everyone would believe I make mean jokes.
Chronicler is just very mean. Oftentimes makes snide remarks and
notoriously known, rude. Bro anti as well. Can't trust him.
Loves confrontation.
Yes.
Just loves getting in arguments for no reason at all.
Oh, you know me. When I get loose on the internets,
no
one can stop me.
In reality, everything that I've said, just think the opposite of it, and that's actually where we're at here with this Chronicler guy. Bull and Ondil, they're going to get in there and make their presence felt. The Smolder in this lane, essentially just he goes fleet and he tries to stay alive and dodge a bunch of stuff and hopefully not take too much harass. He'll get some healing from the Bard and stuff, but It's not going to be a fun lane at all.
Sponge should be making his way towards the spot side. Did start on the top half of the map. So hopefully we'll be helping out his bot lane soon. The one upside that I do think that is here for DRX is that when it comes to kill threat, this lane really doesn't offer that much, which allowed Teddy to go for teleport. And in theory, if you're able to somehow make your way through these longer trades and not get fully out-sustained, which is somewhat inevitable, you do actually get to stack a whole lot. I think in a lot of smaller lanes, there is a situation where you just don't get to walk up. If you're playing as like Kalista or Varus, like if you walk up, you die. And in this matchup, hopefully for Teddy, there will be some opportunities for him to at least get some stacking, as we did indeed see Sponge making his way, but already they knew he was on top side. Early ward placed him there. And they have a Tribus ward right now as well. Now there is a way for Sponge to circumvent that and try to look for a gank on this Crash, but timing doesn't work out. Already the wave is in. And Bull and Ondil really showcasing the early dominance of this lane.
Yeah.
And Powered Q really hurting.
Yeah, and Plena, yeah, he's going to go W second. He's going to try to heal up Teddy here, and they're going to hit full mass at this point, so he does heal up some of his damage. But Pleta, no pot in his inventory, no cookie either, so he's just taking a bunch of harass and is getting pretty low. So, yeah, Teddy, he did get 2 heals, but now he's back down at 0 health and down 10 CS, so.
Uh-oh.
And now Sponge, down a level, is being bullied out by the bear. He's just going to flash.
Yeah, good call. You are down a level, and that's Volibear with PTA. Xin Zhao, definitely a great duelist. Current patch Volibear, as mentioned, I am not the biggest fan of the Volibear in jungle. I do think that the Unending Despair build really feels to me a lot more consistent. But this Volibear is basically the equivalent of playing Renekton in jungle, where you win every skirmish, every 1v1, especially with PTA early on. So that gives you so much agency in setting up for these plays. And again, that's against Xin Zhao, who one of the main reasons he is picked in the first place is because he can be really oppressive, as we do see already. Teddy starting to fall behind, will be able to TP back and pick up most of this wave, but even if he does it perfectly, early lead for Bull and Andal. Kwang the bot lane gonna be feeling great. And again, reiterating, if you just tuned in, if you didn't watch the pre-show, if DRX lose this series, they are out of contention for playoffs.
I mean, they're already sitting at 2-11.
It's not good.
In the LCK, that's part of the reason why they can get knocked out of playoffs this early. And it's not going to feel good to have it happen at the end of week 7. But what are you going to do with only 2 wins? DRX still trying to find their footing here in spring. Quantum Freaks certainly have done a better job of that so far. I do like the Malphite tech that we have been seeing more and more into the Cassante. We've seen a lot of different stuff into Cassante, just trying to find a good answer. Such as like Zac, TF, Poppy, we've seen. Gwen has come out many times, and now Malphite being chosen in the top lane.
I just love Malphite into stationary carries, and there's free for Kwangdong. There's no Ezreal, no Lucian, no Ahri that can easily deal with this. If Rascal hits his R button, which I phrase as conditional because we have seen Malphite find ways to not do that, but generally, you have to flash, or you risk dying. The one thing that I do worry about with this type of composition is if you lose full control of the early game, like where is your mid-game damage coming from? Normally, Xin Zhao Karma quite strong, but I haven't really seen either pick be that successful recently, and Kwangno obviously does have a lot of beefcakes bolstered up by a lot of healing.
Yeah, it's kind of an unfun combo to go up against. An unfun comp, I guess you can call it. As, by the way, Teddy's still not at 25 stacks. He's probably going to hit it here.
Oh,
but
God.
Yeah, he's really feeling the pain. He already teleported back to lane. He's going to be down still about 10 CS. I mean, this was all pretty much a foregone conclusion when we saw the draft. But the stacking, just hitting 25.
Yeah, I did hope that he would at least be able to do some trades, which just hasn't been the case at all. Without that, as we can see, Smolder really not feeling like it's going to do much of value. And cuz being an angry and very scary bear, got himself some topside grubs, and I would love for them to just start up Drake here. I don't think there's a lot of counterplay for DRX. Might not want to risk it. But they definitely could, as we know with full vision. Want to get it back in first as Cuz picks up his bomb. He's first. I don't wonder what direction he's going to go. Maybe just straight up Sunfire. What we mostly see is in the top lane, it's the Unending Despair and Spirit Visage with the Ingenious Hunter. But in jungle, it's often just Iceborne Gauntlet into whatever you feel like afterwards. We've seen Sunlit Sky. If you're fed, you can just go for, you know, Frozen Heart, Volcanic Rooker. Although Spirit Visage, I think, is actually genuinely good on volley because of his W.
Yeah, I think that I'm a bigger fan of this kind of build where you just get tanky and you just are more of utility. You know, you don't die as early on in fights as we saw the other day. Just dying to Fiesta, I think it was, on the Ahri. Just getting so much value out of that because he had a chain vest. With this kind of build, you actually have some health to stack up, and you can feel much more tanky in the earlier skirmishes and go for like at least one tank item. As Andil is trying to clear this by himself, he's just going to take a bit of poke out. As Bull does return to the wave and continues to farm.
And the stack situation isn't great, but it also, to me, hinges on what does DRX do once Pleta hits level 6. Because we do see the ult being used defensively there. Not going to lead to too much more, but Pleta specifically, once he hits 6, there is actually opportunity for Sponge to make a play towards bot side. And I hope that's what we're going to see out of DRX, because if they don't do anything and they just sit there, like, in theory, small their skills, but they already dropped 3 plates, and you can't afford to just have this bot lane, get a turret at, like, I don't know, 11, 12 minutes, start roaming around already. Early Drake stacking should start shortly. Undale makes his way back to lane, and Cuz is on the bot side of the map.
Cannon down, and Bull stays.
Did they get the plate? I'm not sure. I think they might.
They did.
Oh,
yeah.
They did.
I think Bull stepped up to it, took it himself.
Very
See
nice.
a pretty big gold lead down in the bottom side of the map, mainly here for the side of the Quantum Freaks bottom lane. Everywhere else, just farming 1v1, hanging out. This top lane wasn't expected to be anything different.
It is.
They're almost exactly even on farm.
It's just top lane. The only way of knowing who's winning that is knowing whoever has more grasp stacks. It's the only metric of victory in a top lane matchup. And we don't know that. The space does. So they know who's winning.
Yeah.
We do not.
Somebody is, probably. Unless the grasp stacks are exactly even as well.
Well, that makes it all the more captivating, Velves, because then no one knows who's winning.
True. Guess what? It's also a Chemtech Drake first, so it's not going to be a Chemtech Soul. And even though Quantum Freaks did delay this, it's still going to be nice to pick up this first one. The Chemtech Drake actually feels pretty nice for this composition. You have a ton of healing and shielding amongst all 5 of your champions. So,
Ocean as well.
yeah.
Ooh, the amount of healing. Someone get an Oblivion Orb stat. Don't know if they'll get it. Maybe it will.
I would imagine.
We might have some action.
No.
Maybe. In our video. No action.
Chronicler? No.
No action.
This is the LCK. Only action in our first series.
Okay. I was about to go off.
Not in this one.
Not in this one.
This is the one where we sit back and we think 10 minutes about our chess move, and then we make it.
That is peak LCK.
Yeah.
They also take a potato chip and eat it.
If you like potato chips, I guess. Is there a reference that I'm missing?
Yeah, there is. It's Death Note. I thought maybe you'd seen that one because
yeah, I have.
It's when Light is sitting in his room and he's like, "I'll take a potato chip and eat it," like very dramatically.
True, yeah.
While he's planning out his 15-dimensional chess.
True. All out here under the turret, but you just press R and you avoid it. Another fun part of this matchup is that if you want to go in with your R, you can, but generally, if he has all out, you just save it. You just run away, or unstoppable force away.
Which really is just a more advanced form of running. Because you're running, but you're not stopped.
It's kind of like Naruto dashing. Maybe he's Naruto running, but he's going so fast that we can't see it.
Isn't the dash just also a run, though? Or does he like just...
I don't know. I mean, if your arms and legs aren't moving...
Is it like a jump? He just like, jump! And then he... That's how he propels himself?
Kind of, yeah. he generates force.
Well, yeah, but is it like...
And because he's a mountain, once he's in motion,
Ah.
I think it just
So,
kind of like carries. You know?
Really, thematically, he should have a very slow ultimate. Because he's a mountain.
Yes, but then he would be a really bad champion and nobody would play him.
Well, yeah.
It's kind of low on mana here, but they're
Yeah.
both so tanky that nobody really can do anything about it, so I guess he'll go for Sunfire then. Rascal.
Yeah, might as well. Sunfire, so that he does have a semblance of damage towards Dudu, and then just pick up a bit of both, bit of MR. He will actually become a really big problem. Like, I imagine Bull will be looking as a... But,
This is ridiculous.
he's prepared.
We're just zooming in on the Christmas coffee mugs.
Yeah, he's prepared
Because there's
some
no
drinks for
gaming.
himself.
Yeah.
I think that it's a shame that there's no iced version of the drinks. You know, like, it's summer. Well, it's spring, but on Summoner's Rift, it looks very summery.
I still drink iced coffee. I mean, I know that's hot chocolate
Well, yeah.
for the skin, but
Well, that's my point. Where's
you can drink iced drinks.
where's
Winter, it's
where's
fine.
where's Barista Bard?
I guess this is kind of Barista Bard because it is
Yeah, I
the
guess.
little mugs, although it's not coffee. So
You can't tell me that Bard never worked as a barista. You know,
is
he's
that
just.
also like a candy cane straw?
It is, yeah. It's a Christmas.
Thank you,
drink.
Jonah Strong, for zooming in.
There's a marshmallow in it as well. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, Bard definitely in an alternate universe, Bard will be a barista. He has that mystique.
Sure. Yeah.
So where's the skin? Even it's an alliteration. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Is it
I'm
not?
okay
Is it
with
not
it.
perfect?
No,
Oh,
it's okay.
Well, you were very contemplative.
all
I don't know
right.
if I'm. It's all right. Okay, well then, if you, I'll let it go. It's.
I mean, just because somebody makes a brew, this isn't a bro and brew in this case. It's a DRX and brew.
It feels kind of the same, Velvet.
It's a DRX and relax.
Whoa.
That's what this game is.
Okay.
Pleta is going to he doesn't have Magical Journey up. He's just gonna flash. Okay. You just get away from any action. That's also a good idea.
He's trying to relax.
He's trying to DRX and relax. Okay.
It's hard to find.
Sponge doesn't have Smite.
Trying to think what Kwangdong Freaks rhymes with, but Kwangdong is not really an easy word to rhyme. Yeah. I guess they're also they're just also relaxing.
But that doesn't rhyme.
No, I know.
Kwangdong and relax doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't work. Maybe we say freaks. But like I can't think of
What
anything
goes
that
with
works.
that? Yeah.
What goes with freaks?
Freaks.
I'm blanking. This is horrible. We need a rhyme.
Yeah, I don't know. I just nothing is coming to mind at the
Why?
moment.
It's honestly on me because you already came with DRX and relax. That's
One's a bit easier
peak.
though.
Well, yeah, but it's never been done before.
True. Any magical journeyers? Looks like no. Sponge was thinking about it.
We can use the ultimate to engage on these stationary carries in theory.
Yeah. They were trying to set up for it. I mean, they had the two of them in the brush. You just drop an ult and then you magical journey over the wall, and they're not really getting out of that unless like Bull Encore flashes away and tries to survive. 103 stacks from Teddy. He is severely behind the 8-ball. The fact that he hasn't hit 125 for the faster scaling is an issue.
Kwangdong Freaks and leaks? Because they like vegetables? I don't know how
Leaks.
I don't know how it correlates to the game yet, but I'm sure we can find a way.
Maybe we'll figure it out eventually.
Any second now.
Nothing else is happening in the game. I mean, DRX is trying to set up for this one.
Action!
I started this action somehow. So powerful. Here comes a couple of TPs. And Quantum Freaks are very out of position. Andil is basically just dead. His first blood goes to the Xin Zhao, and now Cuz is also in a bunch of hurt. So we do have Dudu in behind here. We do have Bulldog as well, trying to just poke some damage down, but The W will get Dudu out of dodge. Nice little stun does come in from the root from Bull, and the rest of them will get out. But a nice conversion here from DRX on the double teleport.
No longer relaxing is DRX. Fortunately also freeing us from that conversation. Double TP invested from both teams, but because it's DRX that have the deep Krog ward, they're able to get the win. They do give up a lot for this though, and hopefully they get a little bit more out of this.
Yeah, so Bull walked in range of the Karma, and so did Dudu. So they're both dead, okay? I don't really know why they were so far down the lane in that position, but definitely a big mistake that DRX immediately capitalized on.
Yeah, Bulldog really salvaged it with the mid turret, and like, maybe this is worth it. And then they died in bot, and it was definitely not worth it as we take another look. The engage for DRX, not necessarily amazing, but with double TP, you obviously can get a whole lot done. Crucial here as well is that Yehu arrives very early, does a ton of damage, and Cassante trying to help, Pleta just ensuring that Dudu doesn't get to play the game. And this is a little bit baffling as Yehu just walks up and hits him with the Mantra Q. And that's the end of it as bot lane.
Yeah, he's dead again. That is Bull by himself. Sponge easily going to take that one up. They also get the turret in bottom lane, and DRX shoot out to a pretty strong lead here in the mid game.
Teddy is also sitting at 137. So actually building up the stacks now. Slowly getting somewhere as Rascal might be in trouble.
Yeah, no turret is going to be an issue. He doesn't quite have his ult. He's about to get it back as ult's over the wall, and now they're going to turn it onto Ondil. It's a free kill for them as the ult comes in for the Bard as well. Pleta going to save the life of his teammate because it's in quite a bit of danger here at this point as well. They want to give this kill over to Teddy as they won't quite be able to, but it's still another DRX win.
And we've gone from no action at all to action across. That is
not allowed.
No. You're playing towards the top side of the map, my guy. You're taking Herald. If that wasn't enough, getting the top side, Rascal doesn't even have any MR. He's already not dying, Valdez.
Yeah.
Oh, the flash as well. Great ultimate from Pleta. Sets them up for the kill on Cuz. Cuz is close to his ultimate cooldown here, but doesn't quite have it. Bulldog just doesn't have the mana nor the damage at this point to save his friend. And yeah, the kill doesn't go over to Teddy. DRX, they're pulling ahead. Teddy is catching up very rapidly on these stacks.
Oh, yeah.
Missed out on early on due to all this fighting across the map, but also with a pretty substantial gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, if you win the fight on bot with double TP and you get a Drake for your Smolder comp, then you get bonus kills because the enemy team is sticking around and teleporting into 3 people. Yes, Bull didn't quite see them, but he quickly saw them afterwards. And then the dive goes wrong essentially on the top side of the map, so everybody's getting ahead. Teddy's getting extra kills. Yeah, he scaled up a little bit slow, but he's fine. He's got 125 now. He's going to hit it eventually, and you're not in a massive rush anymore because you didn't fall behind at all with your Smolder comp.
He's at 163. It's slow, but there will be no game-breaking point where he needs to have it or they lose, which normally should be the case. Because imagine if Kwangdong are up 3 Drakes at this point, right? Like they're staring down Mountain Soul. It will completely invalidate Teddy if they end up getting it, and he doesn't have a stacks yet. Horror instead. DRX, they are in fact relaxing in a very different fashion because now you got Smolder stacking, you have the possibility of Rascal getting multiple Mountain Drakes if you're able to contest them. Right now they are in firm control of the map, and yes, the composition of Kwangdong I think scales well, but I do really want to highlight that again, as, DRX, you should, when you do that you should sweep. I'm sure Blood will place down his Trinket at some point. Guys?
I mean, it's so obvious that they're seen. Okay, that's a root coming down here on a Sponge. He is down with ult and flash and even his smite, if you wanted to use that.
Just use the ping, guys.
He's DRX and relaxing, you know.
Yeah, taking the time. But now they are, and you can give up an individual dragon if you want to try and threaten towards the Baron. You do have great sustain as well. I like the position that DRX in right now, and this is the key thing. DRX needs to actually make it happen from here, because this is where they faltered a lot. I don't want to see anyone get caught out inside. I don't want to see Teddy be too far forward, get caught by a big Seraphine ultimate. I want him to stay away from choke points, which is tough because they are playing into Mountain as I didn't quite catch the stacks.
It's like 177.
Yeah. Yeah, so they can give up this Drake. If they want, they can contest for it. Because again, who kills Rascal? Dudu can drag him away, but
I know the answer. It's Cassante.
eventually, I guess.
He's the only one powerful enough.
Bulldog did go for the Leandris, which I think is a great call. Definitely need that, otherwise there was absolutely no chance.
I'd say Leandris and Void Staff.
I hope so, yeah.
Would be a good idea. We get a big zoom out here. We got TP right into the mid lane. Dudu tanky in his own right. Just gonna get that knockup on the Rascals. Both teams vying for position around this first Mountain Drake. Seems like Quantum Freaks don't want to give it up, and DRX do not want to let them have even one.
Bulldog trying to do as much poking. Poke is landing.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the poke war, it is going to be kind of karma against, Senna, Seraphine, and Hui, of course. The biggest one as a root comes down on a Rascal. They almost got through his shield there, as now the Hui ultimate going to be utilized onto him. They're throwing everything into the Malphite. He's just going to ult away. And yes, they did chunk down Rascal. Is it going to pay off, though? As the chase comes in, that's a nice knockup on a Sponge. He will be forced to Crescent Guard to survive. And you know what? They have created enough space. They have chunked enough health bars to now take this Mountain Drake. Although, DRX thinking about the Baron, I don't think he can really do it here, especially without Teddy.
DRX being chained down by their own indecision there could have either engaged or run towards Baron. You can't just sit there and not do anything. I don't need to engage, you need to pull the trigger, which you can do. You have Bard ult, so you can at least force some summoners, and you have Rascal who could ult offensively, or also fine, just back off completely and threaten Baron. And I don't think you can really do Baron, but maybe you can get some summoners out, you can put Quano in an awkward position. If they somehow mess up, right, if they mess up their response, maybe you do get away with a Baron. That said, they didn't need to do anything. No one dies. One Drake, not going to be the end of the world. And Teddy has made it Valdez.
Yeah. That's the big thing, like we were talking about before the whole skirmish did happen. As you did highlight, Chronicler, they can just wait. They can wait for Teddy to hit 225. It's very relaxing for them. And I'm not saying that Quantum Freaks don't have scaling in their comp. They absolutely do. It's Senna Seraphine, they have Hui as well, but some big questions, right? Will they be able to deal with the Smolder? Will Teddy get in range to do enough damage later on in the team fights? And can anyone kill Rascal? I think those are a couple of the questions that we will have for Quantum Freaks, especially as the game does come along. So we'll see if they can answer those.
Oh, ominous.
Well, Rascal's just doing the Raptors. Very innocent down there. No big deal. Just a very scary mountain right below them. There it is! And he flashed! Oh, he is so dead! The timing is so perfect, as well as the shields and the heals, they come out. But it just doesn't matter. A lot of AoE damage comes in, but Redemption utilized here from the side of DRX as now Rascal gets pulled over. Can they actually kill the Malphite is the question. Will I be correct? Can Dudu do it? No, he will not. As Teddy, he's getting in range. He's got 225. He flaps forward. He is so low. But he just does not care as he still has the flash, and he will push Quantum Freaks away.
Kwangdong, hold on. Even with Bulldog messing up the flash there. Flash's Plata still is ill. That's the combo that we were talking about. That's what you want to see. But it was a heavy investment from DRX as well. They do use the multiple flashes. Let's take another look at the play here. Plata does end up finding the ultimate. Oh, Bulldog, yeah. Can't get hit by that. Great timing there as well from Rascal. Maybe watched Azil's video. Perfect timing on a stasis. And then here, Dudu actually almost manages to make it happen, make the fight work for them. Nonetheless, Valdez's prophecy almost coming true. But Sponge actually doing a good job of standing guard. And the real threat, Teddy, definitely does a lot of damage there. So at the end of that fight, ult gone, or a flash gone rather for Andil, but also for Rascal and Sponge. And yeah, they get a kill. It's not the end of the world. DRX don't really get, I think, the fight that they really were looking for. But as long as they keep trading evenly, eventually this Smolder is just good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That doesn't surprise me.
Yep, and he's got a lot of time to do it. We're 26 minutes into the game as he's actually trying to go for the kill on Andil, but again, Senna Seraphine, it's not going to happen.
Baron?
Guy. They are going to do Baron, slowly, but surely.
Yeah, they do need their Dragon to take down Baron. That is a necessity.
Yeah. So they're gonna get one Q, a couple Qs out of Teddy. He slowly does burn it down.
No, oh, Bulldog.
I mean, they know this is happening. They're just looking for the engage. He does get into that backline, but where's the follow-up? He almost kills him alone, and he is gonna kill Otto. Look at his health bar. This is ridiculous. Nobody can kill the Malphite. And our question doesn't seem to be answered by the Quantum Freaks. They don't have a way to kill the Malphite, as he literally 1v5 ults into the backline, and now they're even gonna kill the Cassante. Down goes Dudu. DRX take 2 kills, and that should be a much easier Baron this time.
Sometimes complex problems have simple solutions. You see Sen on the enemy team, you see a Seraphine, what do? You pick one of the oldest champions in the book.
Press R.
Press R! Don't die. Koenig working more than enough, because trying to look for a steal, but Teddy valiantly stands guard the little dragon, protecting Baron. That probably is the end of it. I can't believe this worked. I can't believe... He just ults into 4 people!
And Bull's trying to do damage. We see Cuz trying to do damage, Dudu trying to do damage. Bulldog's not there, right? Like, he's not doing anything to the Malphite.
Yeah, and even with Bulldog, like, even Bulldog being there, I don't think would have substantially changed what happened here.
No.
It would not have.
Might have gotten them a little bit lower.
Do anything!
Yeah. And now he's got Unending Despair as well.
Oh my...
Yeah, you're not killing him. And I think he can just do that again. He's level 17.
Yeah. These type of deathball comps with the Senna Seraphine, into specific comps, they can run into the issue where there's just no damage. Also, Bull didn't go Leandris himself. He actually does no damage to Rascal.
Yeah.
Like 0.
He doesn't have any magic penetration. He doesn't have any health burn.
It's fine, guys. Surely he'll find a way to do a Malphite.
He does have Morellonomicon?
It'll be okay, right?
Yeah, double flash, just like that. And now they don't have their flash for when the Malphite decides to ult. And DRX's comp, especially from ahead, it's unbreakable. They will have to...
It's unstoppable!
They will have to massively overstep. This one's just like, okay, cool story, bro. I'm just going to run away from this one. And now they're going to go for that Mountain Drake. And you thought they were unkillable now.
They don't even have a single mountain yet!
Well, they're about to get one. And maybe more if the game lasts that long, I think. Might not even.
DRX is fighting for their lives. If they lose this series, they're out of playoff contention. And you know what? Right now, game number 1, it's looking good. And you know who's winning with this as well?
Bro.
Bro.
Yep. If Quantum Freaks lose even one game, Bro are still in playoffs.
Even the one.
Yeah. Just the one game. And DRX don't look like they're in any trouble. This is truly a DRX and relax game.
0 deaths.
Sit back. Teddy is flapping underneath the turret because I guess you can just do that at this point.
All right, how low do you think Rascal's going to get?
I'm going to say 80% of his health bar will stay up as he's going to ult underneath the turret. And yeah, he gets pulled back. They got him below 80% just a bit. And you know what? This is taking a very long time, and they killed him. They actually killed Rascal. As now the knockup does not land, and so the kiting does come in from the side of DRX as they decide to finally fight this one. Some very nice poke from the side of Bulldog is hitting that back line. And you see that it's getting pretty dicey, actually, in these fights without the Malphite.
Rascal, perfect on the timing in the previous one, messes it up here, which allows Bull to get an ultimate off.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a Cassante. Oh, he's just dead. Okay, well, Cuz is out. But now we've got Dudu behind enemy lines. Pleta trying to slow him down as much as possible. And Teddy's just going forward. He's taking the game into his own hands. And he takes out 3 with the executions. Bulldog is TPing out of this fight, actually. And Sponge is not going to catch him. Looks like Dudu, he might be here for a very long time. And
the Teddy TP!
Yeah, he's like, by the way, that's my kill. Nobody take it. I'm going to get it. I'm going to press my Q. And Yeah, well, it's a very magical journey back to the fountain here for Dudu.
Woohoo!
Teddy on 7 kills.
Little dicey there. Well, that's a little scary for DRX, but everything's okay. Let us starts it up. Rascal this time around mistimes it. If Bull doesn't get to ult, I don't think this ever does anything. But that ult does a lot of heavy lifting. Bulldog also is really trying, man. On the way, pumps out as much damage as possible. And they do actually get the kill.
This turnaround from DRX here is huge.
So big. Because if Dudu gets on top of Teddy, he dies. But Teddy realizes that he's not stuck in there with them. They're stuck in there with an angry dragon. Just flaps at them.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, like, in terms of sustained damage, sure, but Teddy is just so fed. Like, you just press a couple buttons and their health bar disappears, especially those two guys. Not exactly tanky. And yeah, so we do have Smite coming out. Cuz is gonna ult away. And they trade ults in this one, so Cuz will stay alive. Which is pretty good for their chances at fighting this one. Bomb is called down, does a nice amount of damage here to Bulldog. DRX without the Baron buff at the moment. They are just trying to posture for it on the top side of the map.
Teddy unfazed in the face of danger. How it would be very wholesome if Teddy's 600th game is an actual win with him going legendary.
Yeah.
That would be nice. He's earned it.
He had like a unofficial quadra in that last fight. Yeah. And by the way, Bull is still not building any magic penetration or any health burn. So
Teddy's Qs are a problem.
Yeah. They're getting even more powerful. He's above 400 stacks at this point. Ult comes in. They're just trying to get in onto the first target. But Cuz is so tanky as well with all the healing and shielding. Will it matter is really the question. This is just like a massive death ball for both sides. And you know what? They can't kill Cuz. And look at this. Teddy get caught on the right side. The shutdown goes to Andil. And Quantum Freaks are right back in the game. And they're not done with this fight either. It looks like Dudu on the chase. I don't think you really need to. You've killed the jungler. Just take the Baron.
DRX.
Not like this.
Not like this!
DRX and not relaxed.
Rascal and Sponge go in, but they don't have Teddy.
And they went on to Cuz.
You are but a protector for this little dragon, okay? If he's not hitting, you're not killing anyone. And Teddy, he's not there. So these ults, they're not followed up by anything. Teddy, I think he tried to flap over the wall, he literally doesn't get up a single Q. And not to his fault, it's just DRX felt invincible. And then here, Dudu gets the Q free, cancels the flap over the wall. That's Nash. That alone, not enough. But for DRX, again, all the pressure is on. And now all of a sudden, we're back in a competitive game.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like we said, it's Senna, Seraphine, and Volibear. Like, if you're going to throw everything, including not smolder damage, into a Volibear, you will not kill him.
Just
it's
play.
Not going to happen.
Play around Teddy, and it's free. Just make sure that Teddy can Q.
That's the most important part.
So that's all you need.
Yeah.
Just keep him safe.
So these fights, they take quite a while, but now Teddy, he's going to flap on in. The knockup does go down as now Mom is going to get pretty angry, hits the entirety of that back line as Sponge is staying alive. But Rascal, he's getting pretty low as the Q lands, but it doesn't matter. The healing and the shielding is just out of control. Cuz going to go in. He doesn't have his backline with him, though. He's going to get executed. This game is getting pretty nasty at this point as now Dudu is going to reconsider going in on this one. Bulldog does TP as...
Fight?
Not going to happen as they do not have Cuz. But now on the chase here is DRX. Got to be careful. Still, Qs are landing. And yeah, they're going to just back off of this one, it seems like. Teddy just trying to escort them out here, but Quantum Freaks very cautious about going in on this little dragon.
We still have Baron. One mistake from either team here.
Oh, Teddy. Oh, he's going in. He's looking for more. He's got 450 stacks, and he is hitting like a truck at this point. They are burning so quickly. But again, Quantum Freaks not really opting into that fight.
By the end of it, as he tries to get the back cancel, will actually get it on Bull. Not too bad there, but with Empowered Recall, Ando already made his way home.
didn't get any stacks.
Andel also did actually get his LDR second, which hats off to him. As we take another look here, it looks great initially, because what's happening is Teddy gets to Q people. That's really what it boils down to. Teddy gets to Q people, Bulldog doesn't actually hit the back line.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
He pulls him out of the redemption.
Yeah.
Pulls him away from the team.
It was so close to that being enough, but then cross overextends feels immortal, and this is one of the big things with Vote, where even with the backup you have, you don't have tank steroids. You only have a big health bar, which against Smolder just doesn't mean a whole lot. Yeah. DRX, they get Soul Point, but after the topside play, Valdez, I am not relaxed.
This is not DRX and relax, this game anymore. It was for the first 15 or so minutes. Now it's the exact opposite. It's Quantum Freaks and eyes wide open. It doesn't rhyme, but it fits. We don't have any Baron at the moment, and the Dragon was just taken. So DRX, they still feel very much in control of this one, and they're trying to just clear out as much vision as possible. We're 37, 38 minutes into this game, but DRX denying a bunch of jungle minions as well. And just trying to hold on and not make any mistakes, I think, is the biggest thing at this point.
Also want to see the damage numbers. I don't know how much damage Bulldog has done in this game, but I'm sure it's a lot. Feels like the only reliable damagers, but Andel is getting to the point, like 120 stacks now, has rapid fire cannon. Eventually, you are going to lose some of this true immortality that's available for Rascal, as this Senna just keeps on stacking and stacking, provided that she doesn't get hit by an ult. So, you know, forcing a Senna flash could be big, as the TP comes in.
TP utilized, and we still have 2 minutes until the Baron.
Throw that ult onto the back line, Clara.
Just going to throw an ult from the Smolder. Trying to deny any stacking here is the side of Kwangdong Freaks, but he's about to hit 500. Oh, he's getting pretty close. He has 476 at this point in time.
There's no objective. They're not going to walk into.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's basically just Teddy building up a bigger execute and more damage on his abilities. And we're waiting for the Baron to spawn. DRX cutting out all the vision. Gonna get this nice little powered scuttle crab.
I'm just scared, Veldas. I feel like heartbreak is imminent. I know at DRX, they need this series win, but just getting a win in a game like this in particular feels like such a big obstacle to overcome, just by itself.
Yeah.
Just the one win already. You know, because then it's clear that you can do it. Obviously, this game state is a little bit silly. And Alpha did a lot of heavy lifting in mid game. But if you don't manage to close this one out,
what can you close?
I don't have a lot of hope for the second game. If Kwangdong finds a way back here, it's gonna be a fight for the soul, for DRX, not for Kwangdong. I'm gonna try and deny it. Teddy surely at or plus 500 stacks.
497. They're gonna force the flap out of Teddy. Lands a Q as well. 498. But yeah, it's all about DRX just posturing for this one.
But the poke from Karma just doesn't mean that much as long as Bull can keep pressing W.
Gotta be careful not to stand behind these minions too, because the AoE that comes in, there's the ult, it will be totally avoided. Nope, he gets hit by the Tempered Fate, and now Dudu trying to threaten it, and he nearly gets his Senna kill with his ult into the backline, and Agil is just 100-0. The execution comes out, and now Quantum Freaks are just on the run. The engage comes in from Sponge as they ult in on the Bull, and he gets executed as well. Trying to move in for the Penta is Teddy. He just does insane amounts of damage at this point in time. And they're not quite going to end the game. It looks like they need a wave, although it is coming in now, and they will try.
Rascal does not care about a measly turret. Bull, Andil still very far off. Bulldog though has great wave, and this isn't a Baron wave.
It's not a Baron wave. Bulldog just going to throw down some burning ground as in goes Dudu as well. It's a decent amount of damage into you already.
Just take the objectives. Please get out of there. Okay, they are getting out of there. I personally would love it if they took the Dragon. Bull can TP over, Oh, DRX.
Okay, they're gonna try to beat it. And Dudu, because right here in mid, they have no idea, but they're gonna be able to scout it because it's Volibear.
No, DRX!
Not like this. And now they get nothing except the mid inhibitor.
Well, they still have to back.
Yeah, the mid inhibitor was the
Kwangdong is the tempo lead now. They
the
can
lowest
be great.
value thing that you could have gotten. Yeah, they can pretty much do anything, Quantum Freaks. I mean,
Oh, Sponge is there still, though.
they're going to threaten Baron. And that they will go for it. Both these teams do want to make a fight for the Baron. TP is coming in already from Rascal behind them.
Sponge is there.
Sponge on the back.
Rascal!
There it is. The ult catches the backline perfectly. They get the Senna down. And Bull might follow pretty nicely. But Dudu, he's on top of Teddy, who is going to flap over the wall. Just trying desperately to take out the little baby dragon. It's not quite going to work, though. As Cuz is ulting in. They're so desperate to kill this little dragon. But I don't think it's going to happen. Cuz gets executed, and there is the TP. And they might just be able to get it done. Pleta trying to stop the back, and that he will. And that might just be it. If Yehu can end this alone, and he's got some support as well. TP comes in, and they might just do it.
And with this, Breon not mathematically eliminated, no matter the outcome of the series, and DRX go up 1-0, keeping the dream alive at least for now in this series.
Yeah, you guys can't kill Cassante. Down will go the Nexus. This DRX, they get the job done in about 45 minutes. Was a pretty fun one for them, I would imagine. It wasn't the cleanest victory ever, but a win is a win. And that's what they're going to be saying, at least, after this.
Yeah, good enough. They got the win. That's what matters. Sometimes it's not the journey, but it's the destination. And the destination, that's right. Hey, there, you got the Nexus down in the end. It all started with that failed Rascal ult on the bottom half on Bull. That's where we went into the wacky timeline. Teddy and Rascal, though, doing some absolutely amazing heavy lifting here. Rascal really just for the pick. I think the Malphite was an incredible, though not surprising because they played it before, finding in the draft in Teddy. Really had a couple of really clutch moments when he went in. For Kwangdong, part of this is the draft that they ended up with.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That makes everything about this graph makes sense.
Look at Bulldog's tiny 45,000 damage bar.
Yeah, Cuz not doing any damage that. Yep, of course. Teddy doing 80k in a 40-minute game. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Bull didn't build Leandries, so obviously his damage not going to look very impressive.
Well, there you have it, guys. DRX, they take game number 1, and honestly, I have no idea what's in store for the rest of the series. So instead of that, we're going to take a break and have the space afterwards. We will be right back.
용적 가면은 줘야 할 것 같고. 줘야 돼.
내 바로 쪽 하려
게이드 하는 거
하는데?
막을 수 있어 이거 우리.
아 졌다 야 세라핀 나 이러면 뒤태 찍을게 어때 상관 나온다 나 여기 박게 여기 후웨이
가져와.
야 세라 나왔고 세라핀 노플 후웨이 볼게 후웨이
맞을래? 맞을게.
세라핀 노플 세라핀 나 세라핀 맞네
후웨이 잡아줘. 후웨이 잡아줘.
우리 스몰더 쪽 봐줄래? 나 봐줘 안 죽어 나 시드 야 공속 줘
자 미드 가자. 끝났다.
못해
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs and Wolf, and we've got a game to break down. Once again, the stats of Senna versus this Smolder are starting to slip the other direction. Although I don't know whether that was necessarily the key storyline to this particular game. Gentlemen, take me through what the heck happened here.
There were some errors made by Kwangdong in the early game and in the mid game.
And perhaps in the late game.
And a little bit in the late game. I had serious problems with DRX's draft, and I apologize to anyone around me who was there when I was yelling at the TV saying this draft is terrible.
He was yelling at the TV.
You know, everyone knows how I feel about Smolder and the Senna. I'm thinking that's bad. Also, the Malphite here, I thought was mostly just going to absorb a lot of damage into all this shielding, never have an engage angle, because Senna's going to be so far away, there's no way he could ult her, right? And then would just eventually end up ulting out of most fights. I was like, oh, this just isn't going to work. Like, who follows up on it? And Ox had a really good point about the Karma in this draft as well, which they could have used differently.
Yeah, I felt like maybe they could have put the Karma support and then went for like a Vi Ari. You know, put the Vi on 3, and then the other team think it's still Karma mid. You could have taken Ari on 4 or 5, and it would have posed more threat. But at the end of the day, it didn't seem to matter. One thing I do want to note as well about the draft is the Volley Bear. Every time we've seen it jungle, like sometimes picks you can see and they're like, you know, it's a bit underwhelming. It has looked awful.
Yeah.
Every single time is only inted. It has never looked remotely passable. So maybe time to drop that one.
Yeah, or just put it into the top lane. Love it in the top lane. It's absolutely fantastic. Really, really cool, especially when the enemy team has a fair bit of magic damage. I just really like Volibear top lane, and jungle is kind of terrible. Let's have a look at our very first highlight here. Dive into what started to go wrong, because at this point, the game was very even.
Yeah, this was a fight that should not have gone the way it did, or shouldn't have really happened, but they got TP flanked, right? And then this was a really good call, actually, from the side of DRX, putting Yahoo on the back there to add that additional burst damage, and then Dudu decides to come in super late, and that's rough, because he's not going to be able to do anything. Then they stay here to try to continue to push the advantage, and I get it, Teddy's not online yet, but you're just outnumbered here. And then the most egregious part is after this, Bull decides to teleport into 3 people. Now, he didn't know necessarily they were all still there, but probably should have been able to suss it out. And at this point, we're like, it's kind of done.
You see, there was like 3 caster minions. So he really needed those 3 caster minions. You know, really important.
Yeah.
Had to secure those. You know, the thing is as well, we actually saw the bot lane really go in favor of Quantum Freaks. They got a ton of plates. They had constant pressure. They had 2 good scalers. And then you look at the setup for that fight, it was a 3v5. Like, 2 of the members just weren't anywhere near. The setup was terrible. They got flanked. And credit to DRX for being really decisive. But like the whole point of this composition where you have like a really strong front line, you have a bunch of shielding and healing, is when you're grouped as 5, you get so much value. And they just completely missed the mark with that.
It didn't quite work out. One thing that I did really like wasn't this. Let's go through this first. This was Cuz rushing a Thornmail into this composition. And Ox, can you let us know why that wasn't necessarily the greatest move? You
know, we actually saw the Thornmail as it was first item. We saw it pretty early, and I have been pondering the whole time since as to why you would build it. Like, what is the purpose? You know, Smolder doesn't really have any healing in his kit, and he's not like a constant auto attacker. He like Qs every so often. It's not for Karma. Xin Zhao,
It's if he engages on Karma and she mantra W's him.
And then chooses to auto attack you.
And then chooses to auto attack, yeah. That's what it's for. And I think that, yeah, no, it just didn't, the itemization
It looks
really
cool.
Work.
I think the item art is fantastic.
Okay, that's where we're getting.
Yeah, I mean,
that's where we're getting to on this one.
I guess we just don't have good other tank items at the moment, you know? I guess we just don't, you know, it'd be cool if you had like a magic, an MRS item that gave you a big shield. You know, that'd be really, really
It'd be
powerful.
great if it looked a little bit like a small selection of bags to be worn around a belt as well. Let's jump into our second highlight here and see where the rock's actual value does come in. This is kind of the most perfect of the Malphite setups.
Yeah, watch this. Oh, there's nobody even is with Rascal. Like, his team isn't even a part of this. Like, Teddy doesn't even get involved. He doesn't even need... they're just so far ahead, he just presses R and then wagon wheels him? And that's the end of the fight? That's the end of the game?
He's just a one-man army.
Wait a minute, I don't feel like that's how that's supposed... If that's how you could play League of Legends, man, Malphite better be in every game.
Well, if you've been in bronze, he should be. It's ban number 1. That's how that one goes. You got to make sure that you get rid of the Malphite because it's too easy engage. And I think that that's what DRX had. They had the I have a go button that I can press and everything is going to be fine. And I wonder whether he's going to pick up the POG because that's what we're going to check out right now. Couple of options here on their side, but no, it has to be the Rock. Sorry, yep, it has to be the Rock.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the flanks were really well played by him. There was this moment where he got away.
This was where Wolf said, oh, wait a minute, hang on, no. Malphite is just the greatest.
Malphite is broken, you know? I think my favorite was when he TP'd like a moderate distance to get a flank. I think he'll probably come next, but there was some great Malphite moments here.
Now, honorable mention to Pleta. His Tempered Fates were fantastic this game. I think he had a really nice setup, and the timing on the Tempered Fates and combining ultimates was actually really clean for DRX. Maybe they should just draft more compositions like this. They're really easy to play, because the synergy was definitely there. And, yeah, I mean, Rascal, he ulted the guys that are trying to do the damage and killed them, and they won the game.
Yeah, and it was only Andal that was really capable of doing much damage as well, considering the build that Bull went towards. Unfortunately, because he's the one that had the lower third, we could have done one for Bull as well. It was pretty egregious that he did absolutely 0 damage at all. Bit of a split vote there, but I'm very glad that the Rock managed to pick that one up. So now it is time to throw it back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. Yep, Rock. We were believers, and it came true. Rascal picks up the POG for game number 1. And, you know, the angles that he found were just fantastic. He played it out very well. We can sometimes simplify it as well. You just run at them and press R, but obviously against some really strong teams, they'll see you running in, and you have to get some very nice angles, which he did. And so, congratulations to Rascal as we are ready to hop onto the Rift, onto the draft for the Rift of Game 2. That's definitely what I meant to say. Yeah. Draft isn't over yet, though.
I don't know, the Cus CV Max situation, I don't know if you saw.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot being said there. I am also happy to see Rascal have a good game. I've been very vocal about I want to see old Rascal. I want to see 2021 Rascal. Yes, he was a Renekton monster, but he was so good. He was incredible. 2022 Rascal, the best he's been in recent years. The worst player not to make playoffs when he was on KT. Still getting the Renekton respect band. By the way,
Bulldog looked like he was in pain when he bans that away. But that's the choice. And the Senna,
run it back.
I think it's fine. You know, I don't think the Senna itself is the issue in this certain situation. Although you might say, okay, well, maybe we take the Smolder instead, but that hasn't necessarily been the case for a long time here in the LCK this year. But yeah, they're just going to go for the Senna. The Smolder will, of course, be the answer. So far, it is a run back. Exactly the same ban.
Wouldn't be the first time, Valdez.
How salty will we be if the draft is exactly the same?
I think a large part of being happy in life is accepting that if there is something that you don't have control over, then don't get upset about it. And it's very hard. Yeah, it's one of those things that's much easier said than done. So when I see a salty run back that looks exactly the same after you kind of got clapped in game number 1, I just accept that is what is happening. And there is a change. So it's not a salty run back anymore. So we don't have to hide in platitudes about being happy with whatever you have in front of you. Aatrox made his way in, and Aatrox is absolutely bonkers at the moment. So Dudu is going to get his hands on that, which should make a big difference in the whole...
Yeah. Also, this like prioing Xin Zhao thing with the Karma, it's going to happen again. Yes, it worked in game 1, but now you don't give yourself a chance to counter with your best move in the top lane. And Kwangdong Freaks can definitely ban away their worst couple that they want to give due to a good matchup for in the top lane.
We'll see what ends up coming through next, as Bulldog is still going to eat a Acel ban. I wonder if they're also going to add the Hui, even though it wasn't enough. Did feel like that was one of the few things that Kwangdong did have going for them in that game. No, it's just going to be the Talia and the Acel instead. Pyke taken away yet again. Support should be the pickup here for DRX. allowing them to counterpick top. There is, of course, a potential for a Karma top, but I think we all remember Rascal is Karma top, and I think we all prefer forget.
Haven't been able to forget that one yet.
I unfortunately still...
Yeah, it's still there in my mind.
It's still there. Cassante, though, it's a great pick. Not going to have a great matchup in the 1v1, but obviously his entire job is just creating space for Smolder. And Pleta, with an R5 counter pick, could also be a mid counter pick, obviously, here for Yehu, if they do want to flex the Karma towards the supporter. But I don't think they will, given that they get exactly the same matchup.
Yeah. Just go ahead and do what worked, I guess, in game number 1. They went for Bard, obviously, in the last game, but they had Malphite, so that's kind of the synergy between those two. So if you're going to go Cassante, maybe you go for something that has a bit more hard engage because you don't have the Malphite hard engage, and they go for the Rakan. Of course, in the lane, you kind of get poked out. Rakan just like presses Q and tries desperately to heal a Smolder. But it's not necessarily what this is about for DRX, right? You're not trying to win lane with Smolder Rakan. You just want it for the later stages of the game.
Because on the Lee, gonna have a lot more confidence in him than the Volibear performance, which, even outside of atomization, Volibear to me is a champion you need to play in a very specific way. You really need to get those early plays in. You really need to push the issue when you're at your strongest, and you don't really get a lot of leeway with making mistakes. Very similar, as mentioned, to Renekton. That is not going to be the case on Lee. They just have a little bit more playmaking potential getting to the later stage of the game. But outside of the Aatrox, does feel like there is, again, a lot of laning power, but not that much skirmishing power. We'll see if DRX can use that. A loss in this series for DRX means that they are eliminated. Brion, at least mathematically, with the win that DRX got in game number 1. They're fine, technically. Mathematically. Practically, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Because we have half of a salty run back, but we traded in some of the salt for, you know, some pepper, some thyme, some rosemary, different set of herbs.
Maybe some more time. They may have bought themselves a third game if they can win with this draft in game 2. But guys, we're just about ready. Let's hop on to the Rift.
Bongo Freaks. 하나, 둘, 셋.
Bongo Freaks. Alrighty.
소환사의 협곡에
DRX
오신
하나 둘 셋.
환영합니다.
DRX 파이팅!
미니언 생성까지
Match
30초
68.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just a regular old number. And we're getting close towards the end of the spring season, actually. This is nearing the end of week 7 out of 9. And then we go straight into playoffs, which is why we're already talking about playoffs. 3 of our teams have already qualified and have a playoff spot. And DRX, if they can't win this series, they will be the first team to lose any chance, mathematically, of having a playoff spot. So, already, playoffs on the line if you want to try to fight for getting the cup.
Just to reiterate, with what DRX still have ahead of them, their chances aren't great regardless. They're still facing teams that you might know, such as T1, Gen G, NKT. But mathematically, to win here is all they need to keep it going.
It all starts with one, Chronicler.
It all starts... The miracle run has to start somewhere, Valdez.
Yeah. Sometimes you can start a streak with 1 win. Sometimes you can start a losing streak with 1 loss, which we have seen some teams do this year already. Not to name any names, but yeah, it can be rough. You know, you lose a game, you lose some confidence. But if you win a game, you begin to believe. You begin to trust your teammates a bit more. You trust yourself a bit more. You feel better on whatever pick you won on. And slowly but surely, maybe you can build up to potentially, you know, making some upsets happen, which is, as we mentioned before about the schedule, what you're going to need to do.
Kind of cool to see. I was going to say how much Pleta is able to heal up. We talk a lot about the power of Rakan if you do hit your Q and the sustain it provides. Before they got absolutely pummeled. So didn't get to make that point because already a lot of damage being taken. Level 2 will be hit soon. As both junglers towards the bottom side of the map. neither jungler really having that much of an impact in the early game last time around. Wonder if that's going to be different this time around. Crash has just come in. Both junglers look to just be going for a classic full clear.
Yep. Just clearing it up. And maybe some more action this time around. We saw that Cuz wasn't able to do much on the Volibear, which is why we definitely like his Lee Sin nowadays a bit more. His Lee Sin is, I think it's like 5-2 for this team that is currently 6-7. So it's definitely the big standout pick for the side of Cuz. And I think that rather than trying to go for some cheeky new picks in the meta, such as the Volibear, which isn't even great in the jungle, just go with tried and true, especially after game number 1. To be honest, I was kind of surprised they didn't even target it at all in this series. They did ban it away in game 1 in the second phase because the jungle hadn't been picked. But it wasn't picked this time around, and they elected to go for 2 mid bans instead, not even containing the Hui, which he played in game 1. So Bulldog was like, okay, cool story on your mid bans, I'll just play Hui again.
Last time around, a lot of the momentum for DRX came when they found a couple of skirmishes, as well as being able to procure some early objectives. We'll see if that's going to be the case this time around, because I'd be looking towards some early action. I'm going to get the double scuttle here because he did already get a back in. Cuz actually picking up an early Doran's Blade. That is great if you can find early all-ins. Otherwise, it's going to feel like a little bit of a waste when hitting that Sundered Sky spike as soon as possible. So he was able to actually utilize it, because in the all-ins it can make a big difference.
Yeah. And when you're going up against Xin Zhao, certainly something that you might look towards if you feel like you're ever going to be in a 1v1 or a 2v2 situation. Root is going to land here on the Teddy. Splat is doing his best to try to mitigate the damage, but this is what happens. Feels like the first time we've seen that Root actually land in this matchup, but the power is there, certainly, with the Santa Seraphine.
Yeah, there's been a lot of flapping by Teddy. He hasn't been hit by a whole lot. Big thing here is that Teddy still has TP available, though, and unlike last game, he isn't really getting pummeled as much when it comes to the CS. Sponge going in.
Yeah, Sponge hit that and decided to enter into the enemy jungle, which is a bit scary. As now Bulldog flashing forward, he's gonna miss everything, and so Sponge, without his own flash, goes back in and maybe gonna convert this onto Bulldog, who will go down first blood over to Yehu, and Cuz will immediately follow up. It's a double kill for Yehu in the mid lane as they overextend, and the Karmash and Zhao show their power.
Complete disaster for Kwangdong. They opted into that. They willingly were like, we are going to go for this play, and that works if you hit your skills. But Bulldog, Sponge, some credit to him for his sidesteps, but you have to hit those if you want to win that play. And the Doran's Blade isn't going to make the difference if all your skill shots go flying wide. Karma, this early on in the game, is going to have a ton of power with the low uptime, or the high uptimes that are low cooldown on her spells. As we take a look, Sponge going in here, I feel very optimistic because, again, because Lee Sin is quite a great duelist, manages to avoid the Q, and then here Bulldog, just a little bit too much time passes between his flash as they stand in the Mantra Q and just get absolutely dunked on. And in these type of trades where Zinzao can just keep autoing, Plata knows, or Yehu knows rather.
Yeah, Yehu.
My bad. I should know. It's my challenger players.
Yeah, you know, it's just called up. Yeah, he was really hyped up for that one. He has been great, and like we saw with Bull, with Guangdong Freaks, it was a big change, and it helped them out immensely. Unfortunately, it feels like that power and that effect is somewhat worn off somehow. As now we get engaged onto Ondil, this Rakan getting a lot of value that's immediately going to push Ondil back from having much pressure in this lane. And I mean, you look at the CS, like Teddy's ahead. So what is this lane even really meant to do? Yes, eventually you'll be online, you'll be scaling, you'll be getting heals and shields, but we saw what Teddy did with 500 stacks as well. In this game, he should stack even faster.
Yeah, in this game you also don't have frontline that can actually tank. Although in last game we saw that...
What do you mean? It's tank lethality Aatrox.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Good point. I am. No, I am ready to be a hater again. Don't you worry.
He's going to be like flanking. It's not necessarily going to be that front to back that you were talking about. So
Yeah, it won't.
point still stands.
We saw in the last game that it was actually to a detriment. Rascal, or rather Dudu, Rascal now playing Cassante, but that actually was a big problem. As the angle!
Yeah, the angle, it is perfect. Delivered directly into the hands of the Xin Zhao. Dudu in a lot of trouble, but he does have his flash available, and he will actually be totally fine. Did have to flash, but he gets away alive, at least. Sponge still hangs around.
No.
And Dudu's just going to try to get a ward down. He does have another dash, but he might just die first, and yeah, no, in fact, he doesn't have his dash, so he's just dead. Very unfortunate, big mistake there, as Spongey's like, well, I'll just hide on bush and wait for him to face check me.
Every team that isn't Kwang is looking at this going, oh boy. Every team that's trying to make their way towards play, DRX, Nongshim, all these teams, they're in rough positions. Bro, they're in rough positions, but it's not over just yet. Kwangdong, they still got some tough matches ahead of them as well. Have to face off against Hanwha Life, and then a lot of their direct competitors, KT as well. That's actually the final match of the split. And Kwangdong, I think, are still in a prime position. I don't think they need to be worried just yet. But I also think back to last summer, where I forgot how close they were to playoffs, but it was, I think, just one series win.
Yeah, and then they just couldn't win. They went on a massive losing streak, and we have level 6 here for Pleta, trying to get in onto Ondil here, but again, it's Smolder with 50 stacks, so nice engage, but yeah, he didn't even have Ignite, so he was going to land, and he gets pulled under the turret, knocked up immediately, Cuz is going to live, but by the skin of his teeth, doesn't necessarily have to be doing that.
Sponge is looking. I don't think
he is looking.
It doesn't.
He's staring at them menacingly. Rude.
Do they really want to fight this? I feel like flipping the game from either team here seems somewhat unnecessary. Doesn't look like they're going to commit to it now.
To me, it feels like Kwangdong Freaks aren't exactly in the best state of mind.
Yeah,
at
you
the
know
moment.
what? You are correct.
And DRX, they are looking much more stable. And believe us, if you didn't watch Game 1, you're tuning in right now, you're like, oh, DRX won Game 1. It was a DRX win, but there were a lot of mistakes still. There were definitely some big whoopsies. It wasn't like a clean 1-0, nothing to see here, memes aside.
It was a clean 1-0 in the school of KT.
Yeah, exactly. So, yes, they got the win. It was relatively dominant, but it didn't come. It did come with its fair share of stumbles. So, even though they do make the mistakes, so they're definitely a little bit more stable, it feels like, as a team in terms of just sticking together, not overextending, and just playing solid League of Legends.
Early Drake would be really big here for DRX, because as Veldas points out, I think DRX need all the help that they can get. Some of their decision-making mid to late has been a little bit questionable, the fight angles that they have taken. But right now, they are really, really strong. Yehu has a ton of damage available. Pleta on an angle here. They don't know about Sponge. We'll know now. I would love for DRX to get this Draker. There's only good dragons still available. Only good ones.
Yeah.
No bad outcome.
Only good ones. Only bangers.
Ox has really been stepping it up today. I think we have to give him credit where credit is.
Yeah. Good job,
I was
Ox.
worried.
And Kwangdong Freaks going to move in as a 5-man unit. TP is available for Rascal. If they do want to go for this, TP does get utilized. It's now the Mountain Q there to slow them up. The massive flank comes in and everybody is just caught in the bomb fire. And now Dudu all alone on the backside. Look at Teddy, he's just in the pit massacring people here as Bull desperate to get a kill, but it's a double for Teddy instead. And it's a near ace for DRX on the Dragon.
Dudu is TPing out! That's how bad that fight was. He saw it. He was like, hell no! I don't want anything to do with that.
Hey, he went in and he's like, actually, you know what? Never mind. Like,
never mind. I am.
Jumps off, gets in the lifeboat. He's like, no, I don't want to, actually. See you later.
So we take another look at this. The initial setup by Sponge, a perfect trap being set up, and then the follow-up from Plata and Rascal. Absolutely incredible. Plata charming Dudu as well, not allowing him to get any of these big sweet spots in, not allowing him to start the reset chain. But at the same time, Kwangdong, this is the one problem that you can have with this type of composition, with Senna Seraphine specifically, and Hui kind of adds to that issue as well, is that if you are not actually front to backing, if you're getting collapsed upon from multiple sides, you don't get the opportunity for like a big Seraphine ultimate that catches multiple people. Once they get on top of you, you are screwed.
Like, he used Encore. I saw it. It just didn't matter at all.
DRX is up 3.5k this early on.
And
it's an
Infernal.
Infernal? Infernal Teddy?
You know, I think the Rift a little bit biased towards the Fire Dragon. I'm just going to say it. I don't know.
So brave.
That's... I don't know why that's allowed. The Fire Dragon able to get more fire, but I suppose it's okay. We'll let it happen. And it's going to be huge. I mean, Inferno Drake scaling even on Karma, Zhao, even the... Okay, nice little setup here from Cuz. They should be able to get Yehu down, although the shield is pretty nice, and they will trade it 1-for-1. Ooh, very close on that as well. Sponge still on the chase, but just going to clear the ward.
Really big moment there as they do get...
Oh boy, here comes Bomb as well, and now your engages are really sticking as Teddy's able to get in there with the flash.
Oh!
That's another kill, just a straight up duo kill. And not much that Andal can do. He has consistently just gotten grand entranced on over and over and over. Plata has been so clean with this, Rakan.
Plata was the one standout when DRX was not able to get it together at all. In the early weeks, he was the one player that we did often praise. And right now, he is pulling through. Even Yehu, like, yeah, the shutdown goes over. It is a win for Kwangdong. They did have to invest heavily. Flash from Cuz. The shutdown goes over to the Lee as opposed to the Hui that you'd really like it on. And they still trade 1-for-1. And while that's happening in bot side, everything is going the way of DRX. Teddy, this time, he's at 124, if I saw correctly. 124 at 15 minutes.
Here comes Rascal once again. He's not even going to utilize the Ghost, but he's taking a big trade as now the sweet spot is going to hit, though, and all of a sudden, maybe a trade back here from Dudu, but this Cassante with the red buff is getting on in there as now has to flash the knock-up. A very close trade between these two top laners.
So
Bulldog. Yeah, the Ghost will help out here, and Bulldog has no idea where this guy even is, although Cuz trying to get in there, trying to stop him from backing, but he's under the turret. And the back goes off. And they do not get him. And he's just going to TP back. He's like, yep, now I've got some health back.
Rascal also going for 4 mil. In this case, you know what? Oh no.
Okay, he's going to get rooted up by the Senna, and that will save him.
Yeah, meanwhile, though, that roam did not work out really for Bull.
No.
Who doesn't get to hit creeps. Teddy last game was able to really pull back from a rough early game. This time there is no pullback, he's just winning. Very hard, courtesy of Plata.
Yeah, we all know that Smolder Rakan lane is a very lane dominant duo, right? Right, Chronicler?
Yeah! Surely Valdez.
Yeah, just playing out the way it always does.
Known for their strength in lane.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes, so...
It's at 156 stacks.
Yeah, they're going to be completely fine when it comes to contesting. And because the mid-jungle is so far ahead of their direct counterparts, they can actually fight. Again, we saw this last game, then they opted out. There was a lot of poke that hit, which let them go, okay, you know what, you get the second Drake, it's fine. We don't really care. This time around, Yehu is at 2 items. We're 17 minutes in. If Karma gets one big mantra Q, like all the healing in the world isn't going to save these squishy members on Kwangdong.
Yeah.
If they start stacking Infernal Drakes early,
And they will. I mean, Quantum Freaks might try to fight this, but I don't see that going well at all.
Yeah. They do have a TP advantage, though. Dudu can TP in. Rascal has to get there the old-fashioned way. He is running.
Straight line.
Well, he's kind of there now, though.
Beelining it. And he's going to have a nice angle here, too. I mean, they will have to respect the Cassante.
Oh, Dudu, no. Good warfare from Plata.
Yeah, that's going to spot Dudu here on the flank. DRX delaying this nicely. Just A lot of damage, though, going into this Drake as Cuz trying to go for the steal, but a block on the Q, and there it goes, the way of DRX. Now the engage goes in onto that squishy frontliner as it's Bulldog, who's right in the front, immediately gets 100 to 0'd and does 300 damage in the fight, if you can call it that. DRX is kind of rolling over them now.
That's not a fight, Valdos. That's a beatdown. DRX is dunking on Kwangdong. What is happening today? I thought that we were going to have back and forths. I thought we were going to go to 6 games.
I mean, that's what the prophecy foretold, but
these
teams did not care about the prophecy.
The quadruple shellacking in my LCK?
It's, you know, it happens. It wasn't supposed to happen today. Today was supposed to be...
Okay, it's fine. It's DRX. They're going to make a mistake. I know what it's going to be. They're going to like flip a Baron or dive.
Looking much better now.
Dive 2 turrets deep. No, Valdes, I have a need for more gameplay. And I'm sure DRX will give it to us. Although, Dudu, you do need to work with us there, man. There you go. Yeah, you're Profane Hydra. You're a real champion now. He is up a good 35 CS.
They're trying to dive this again. They are going to stop the back. Q does land, but
that's
will be channeled here from the side of Rascal, and with Pleta and Pleta's redemption.
Oh, could get first turn blood. That's big. Very nice here. Kwangdong not giving up, knowing what happened in game number 2, knowing the opportunities that were given to them graciously by DRX.
Realizers.
They are. They do know. There is a... Teddy is a much bigger problem than in the previous game. Yeah, I think you have to.
Yeah. And that's the turret down, just with 1 Rift Herald charge. So they did extend pretty far into the bottom lane. Should be denied. Nope. Just another charge to come through. Not even manned was that Rift Herald.
Yeah, because that's Smite. I assume they thought that they could get it with the auto on the back, but had like 100 or 90 health. So did actually end up making it through. And the big thing that I think Wolf talked about this first, and we've seen it time and time again, is that Smolder, until he hits his stacks, doesn't use gold that well. It's not the way that the Zeri does, where if you get accelerated on your items, the game feels really free. But if you are accelerated on both stacks and items, it feels pretty good. And he's at 197. A couple more waves, maybe even just some harassment around the Baron pit. You know, a W left or right, some sneezing, and he's going to be at 125. And I don't think he's going to be too far off of a rapid fire cannon either. He's just flopping about.
He's level 12. I mean, he's the same level as Bull, so I guess. Levels in this one, not the biggest
He's a level
deal.
up on Cuz, Valdes.
Yeah. Junglers aren't real, though. I mean, let's be real. Unlike the junglers.
Kwangdong would do this again, right? Not another, we are only a single win away from playoffs.
Fear's going to come in as Yehu gets turret aggro. Might not matter, though, as Bulldog is in a lot of trouble here. Mantricute comes in, and now Teddy is going to be isolated, but he's got Pleta nearby, and he should be just fine, because hanging around as well. And they're not going to go for it.
Rascal that got spotted. It is going to be into the play. Shout out to my boy Sponge as well, man. What a glow up from this guy. Really, he was not even necessarily amazing on Sejuani's. Like, so that was the one champion that him and DRX had success on. Now 2 back-to-back great games of Xin Zhao. Was helped a little bit by the fact that he won the early flip 2v2. But I'm going to give him credit. You know, he had some
he just dodged everything.
Yeah, great sidesteps.
Yeah, just dodge Hui's abilities and you're fine. That's what Faker would say.
That is classic Faker advice. Unfortunately there, for Bulldog, Yehu has both the redemption as well as the flash to ensure that he gets W off without actually going down.
Wait, Yehu doesn't have redemption. It was actually Pleta.
No, it's Pleta, yeah.
Yeah. I think I said that Yehu's just going to redemption.
Oh, no.
But like, wait, that doesn't make sense.
Well, actually, if you cast your mind back, I know we've both been trying to repress it, but Rascal did.
Yeah, no,
he did do that. So, but fortunately, Yehu does.
Exactly. That's why it's not a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
228
It's not allowed.
for soul fight. Or soul point fight, rather, but...
Yeah, DRX are head on Dragon stacking with the Smolder comp. I mean, they just boomed him that one time.
The salty run back. Yeah, I thought it was less salty, but maybe...
Maybe it was more salty.
Maybe the adjustments just made it more salty, Valdez. You're on point. Poke is landing, but it's not sticking. Oh, maybe Dudu. The flank of the Aegis. Ah, he spotted out.
Yep. Letta sniffs it out, and now they want to collapse onto this one. Mama's going to be called down, and once again, Bulldog and Bull in the front lines just getting burned away as the execute damage is about to come through. There it is. Teddy going to take down the first one. Bulldog also in a ton of trouble, and the front line from the side of DRX is huge. I mean, as in goes Cuz, but a very nice stasis here from Yehu. Will it matter? Looks like he might go down. Finally does. But unfortunately, I think that's the only kill that Quantum will get, as Letta gonna return to safety. Nice Q3 does come in from the side of the Aatrox, but it's not gonna matter as the damage is way too high for DRX. And now it's 16-2 in kills.
Kwangdong are about to get 2-0. DRX keep their playoff dreams alive. As another attempt at fight ends in disaster here. Teddy on this Smolder. Look at the confidence. Walking up to Smolder. Look at that damage, Valdez. Wins the fight basically single-handedly. Bull delays it for a little bit. Then Pleta does not care about the fact that he's ulted by Bulldog. Gets into the backline. Finds the CC. And Cuz's attempt at kicking back Yehu is delayed. Really nice stopwatch there. Yeah, he ends up going down. I'm still not okay with Lethality Aatrox healing to full throughout the entirety of this. But it doesn't matter because he doesn't have teammates.
Just CC him.
Just CC him and have 4 people versus the 1.5.
Yeah.
And they got Nash. And right now, that allows you to easily set up mid lane prio. Should get you the soul point as well. I don't see how Kwangdong got back from this one. They didn't find a way in the last game. And this game feels even more one-sided, Valdez.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way. Also, the way that the mental game is going right now, DRX are so confident they are running at Quantum Freaks. They know they're so far ahead. And Kwangdong have not been able to find a single angle in this game. As now they're trying to threaten here onto the Drake. Maybe Cuz steals it or something, but Dudu's not getting a flank now, and he's already chunked out. He goes Sponge, and Dudu's just running for his life as he will survive. And the front line here of DRX is getting chunked out quite a bit, but at the end of the day, might just come down to Cuz. He is going to land the Q. He's going to land that Q, and he goes on in, and it's not stolen. It goes to Smolder. Looked like that one down. That one went down to about 25 health as well. And Teddy, legendary, 8-0, gets them another dragon.
Teddy ensuring that the dragon continues receiving love from the dragon. Dragon and dragon standing together. Teddy getting the kill. I know that, you know, getting the kill doesn't necessarily... Drake tried to do him a solid, I guess. Because now he's sitting on the verge of an Infernal Soul, as if he wasn't strong enough already. It's over. It's just over, Valdez.
Is that Wolf with me?
It's 11k and they have Smolder.
Yeah.
And he's on the verge of an Infernal Soul, and Sponge hasn't died yet.
What's he building next?
He went Koenig Rukern last time as well, which makes sense into
Teddy.
Oh, Sponge. Sorry. No, Teddy is BT. Oh,
Yeah,
GA, yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, GA makes sense. The only way you lose this is if you somehow die. You does not care.
Yeah. That kick angle is very unfortunate. I'm really feeling for Cuz in this one. He's not been having a very happy game. And DRX.
Oh, TP flank. Yehu doesn't have TP. They don't know yet.
Oh, seems like they have identified this. And Rascal gonna stop the backs, and Cuz is just dead. He's out of the fight. Mob does an insane amount of damage into that back line. And Dudu, he's there. He's trying to press his buttons, but he's just CC'd to death and blown to smithereens by the baby dragon. And that should do it. DRX pushing in. They don't have the Baron buff anymore. They don't seem to care.
I thought that Deathball comp was Kwangdong. All the healing is coming through from DRX instead. The TP ward not gonna lead to anything whatsoever. Sponge!
Yeah, he's going on in there. And again, he doesn't even necessarily have to, but any space you create for this gigantic little baby dragon, it will be enough, because it's not going to take that Q. Because GA available, Teddy could just press Q onto him as he's running in. So, not the best idea. 9-0 is Teddy.
Who do I even vote for? Is it just Teddy? Is it Pleta? Is it Sponge?
Could even be Yehu, but he's died twice.
He did die twice. He is over 66% of their kills, Valdez. Of the kills of the enemy, rather.
Maybe it's Teddy. I think a boom damage vote is okay.
I also think Teddy genuinely played the early fights really, really well. He won the fight on the soul point as well with his ults. But Sponge won the early 2v2. Plata has done so much of the setup. It's a toughie.
The plat up.
He's like plating them up.
Yeah.
Plating them up for his... Maybe that... No, no.
Yeah, he's a chef.
I know that's not the reference of his name, but that would be cool.
We have Teddy is over 5,000 damage, or 5,000 gold ahead in terms of item value on Bull, who is almost also Flame Horizons. And that can happen. I mean, you're feeding all the stuff over to your Smolder, whereas Seraphine isn't necessarily getting all the farm. But also, they're so far behind that, you know, dragons and jungles and pretty much everything is going into the hands of Teddy. So he just gets even more fed. And he's going to call down Mom just as a celebration, it seems. He's not going to hit anything with that.
Should have it available as level 3 on the ultimate, because once they get Infernal Soul on Teddy, I'm scared, Valdez. I'm scared of what amount of damage that this Smolder is going to do. I don't think I've seen in the LCK a Smolder with Infernal Soul yet.
I don't believe so.
And I can't wait. Sponge?
No, he doesn't care. He's got a Karma right behind him. And nice Encore. It's going to delay the inevitable engage as everybody is just going to be executed eventually. As Blooded did get one of the kills, so it's not going to be a Penta, but it should be a 2-0 here for DRX as everybody is exploding with the Cinders as well. You see Bulldog's face. Nobody is happy on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. DRX absolutely pummeling them tonight. As you and I, Chronicler, we got 2 Omega sweeps, 2-0. Nothing to see here actually today. Very one-sided day, and DRX, very well deserved as they're having a very nice little celebration there at the end as well. 2-0, as DRX will take the big win today.
Happy faces for DRX. As mentioned, their roads to playoffs is still fraught with danger. They're still going to be going up against some absolutely incredibly scary teams, but for today, this is a colossal win. It says great things about the resilience of these players, that they're able to get a win this deep into the season, and it says some very, very worrying things on their opponents, Valdez, because what is happening to Kwangdong Freaks right now, I feel like we have seen before, and it does not bode well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a worrying trend, and you don't want this to be a trend. Is,
oh,
I think,
look
the
at
biggest
them.
thing. Yeah, very happy. I mean, this is only their 3rd win in a series all year long. And to win it in this fashion, you've got to be ecstatic, because singular game wins were so hard to come by, not to mention series wins where you are so far ahead the entire time. So really got to feel happy for these guys. Hasn't happened very often this year, but, you know, maybe with Yehu coming in and things looking up, maybe DRX is our playoff team. Who knows? Maybe they were at the jaws of defeat and elimination, and yet they keep themselves in it, and they still have a chance. It's not going to be easy, but who knows?
All right, if that doesn't win Celebration of the Week,
yeah,
come on.
Just cancel the vote entirely.
He was flapping 2 games in a row. Pleta also having an absolute... I don't know who he picks up POG. It might be Teddy. It might be Yehu. It might literally anyone but Rascal. And that's not even because he played badly. Game just wasn't about him. But But what a standout performance here from DRX. And it's a bit of a feel-good moment, Valdez. I think this team hasn't really been able to show what they're capable of. And unfortunately for SATAP, it does feel like the Yehu swap has really breathed some new life into this team. A team of a lot of second chances, you know, Plata being back in the LCK, back when he was on DRX in 2021 as backup. That was an absolutely harrowing season. And Yehu, last time we saw him, last year, didn't really impress all that much. So watching them come in and do this way, I think is gonna be very exciting as we take a look. This was not where the game was won, but in hindsight,
maybe it was.
It should. Okay, let me rephrase. It shouldn't be where the game was won, but I think this is where the mental battle was actually completely over.
This is where the game was really won.
Oh, it was done. Yeah.
Because they were very far ahead after that early play, but then this one just made it unlosable. I mean, it was a near ace, and Dudu, he ran away to teleport to top lane. That's how doomed the fight was.
Teddy, we're still not gonna have seen a Smolder with Infernal Soul. And for that, Valdez, I am a little bit sad.
You know what? I think that's probably safe for all the viewers.
It wasn't needed, but I would have loved it, Valdez.
Yeah.
It would have been fun. Valdez does not share my joy of agony, because that's what it would have been. For Kwangdong, can't wait to hear the comms.
이제 슬슬 걸어도 되고. 나 사주력 되고. 걸어도 돼. 가자.
Just shouting DRX.
나 세르핀 되고. 야 이거 앞으로 나 회대. 야 봐.
Wait.
걔 존냐 없어.
에잇. 한 기본. 나 데이트 할게.
나이스.
데이트해.
Plata and Sponge really going off there.
Who's making that sound? I still can't tell.
I don't know if it was Teddy pretending to be Smolder or Yehu. You know, we've been making a lot of Mario jokes when it comes to Yehu. Maybe it's all him. Maybe he's just the vibes guy. That's what they needed.
Well, he's obviously very outspoken, as we can tell in these rundowns of the player comms. Teddy once again above 1k DPM, not too surprising with a game like this. So no elimination yet. DRX are still in it, and so are Bro. Nobody's eliminated from playoffs with this victory of DRX 2-0 over Quantum Freaks tonight. We're going to go over to the space and see what they have to say about this very one-sided victory from DRX.
An absolutely incredible performance, Valdez. Amazing stuff from DRX to take the win 2-0 over the Kwangdong Freaks. But to tell the story of how we got there, we have to delve into the draft. And thankfully, I have Orcs and Wolf with me to break down what happened, because it looked very similar to the draft from game number 1, boys.
Yeah, so CV Max will run it back. That's what he does. And that's fine, because I, frankly, as we talked about in game 1, I thought this draft was actually quite good into Smolder. But they made some adjustments. They played the Aatrox instead of the Cassante. And in my mind, DRX pulling out Cassante, which I thought was going to be less relevant than, press R Malphite, and the Rakan, which could have had a bit of problems sustaining and surviving through lane, was an inferior version of what they played in game 1. And yet, you know what? There was some accidents that happened in this game, just like game 1. So maybe the draft doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I think we kind of also saw the intent behind this Karma Xin Zhao, because clearly something we've talked about with Smolder is that you want pressure elsewhere to try and accommodate for the fact that the Smolder's pretty inactive in the early game, just stacking up. So things like the Karma, which has that strong presence in skirmishes, that early power, and the Xin Zhao, I think this was kind of the theory they were trying to present in game 1. It didn't really manifest in that way, but game 2, we kind of saw, once the mid-jungle was won, how much impact that made.
Yeah, and the other thing is that Senna Seraphine also take a while to get online as well, so these skirmishes, if you involve multiple people, can get a little bit difficult. But if the bottom lane is not there, certain other accidents can happen, and that's our first highlight here. Can you just take us through all of the things that went wrong, Orcs?
Count them! Yeah, so this one's not pretty. We have this, I think the thing is you have a Lee Sin and you have a Hui, and both are so skill shot reliant, and we have the flash to secure it, which gets flashed, fair enough, and then a little bit of a juke there. Okay, that's another one. You know, this one actually does connect slightly, but I think this is the big one, the Sonic Wave. Where's it going? At the ward, maybe? Who knows? You know, undetermined. And if you miss everything, you should lose.
I think they could have won this and should have won it, and it was actually a good call to skirmish that, and they unfortunately did not win it. And so, yeah, Cuz also bought a Doran's Blade right before that, and then went for this play, and so didn't get any value out of it, so delayed his build significantly as well. It was a rough one.
Yeah, I think my analysis of it is hitting skill shots, generally speaking, is better than missing them.
You know what? I am going to write that down in my diary and take that one with me because I think I've been making errors like that myself. But not a great start for the Kwangdong Freaks, and I think that Chronicler put it very eloquently when he said that the mental game was definitely won in that moment if the game wasn't actually. We can now go to our second highlight, which is still relatively early on, which is where we kind of felt like the game was over. Yeah, this is the second Drake of the game, and it's a Smolder composition, but still, a decisive win like this is just devastating.
Look at this stack up. Sponge goes in, Pleta follows up on the engage, and then the Mom on top of everything. Yeah, it was pretty much a wombo combo here, and yeah, I had questions about what the Rakan was going to be able to get done in this game and how it was going to be in the laning phase, which you can struggle in. Obviously, you can heal with the Qs and stuff like that, but in this fight, DRX just said, you guys are grouped, we have enough damage with Smolder ult, we're going to pop you, and that's what happened. Sponge so confident on this Xin Zhao pick, something that, you know, we didn't really see coming going into the series, but he's got more than just the Sejuani in his wheelhouse.
And I think ultimately we've had 2 games in a row from Kwangdong Freaks where they've had this immobile triple backline who are super vulnerable to flanks. And both games, you see a scenario where they set up and expose themselves. Like in the first game was the TP flank, a bit harder to necessarily defend against, but they're on the Dragon. You can see DRX corralling them in, and they just don't have a response to it. Do have to give credit to DRX because really they have looked to expose that, and it's worked so well.
It's certainly worked absolutely fantastically, and once again, it's a little bit rigid from the Kwangdong Freaks as well. I'd like to see some flexibility, especially in draft, because we did see the double Dragon Garen come through quite a few times as well. They like to double down, not necessarily working. Let's have a look at the POG though, and who is going to pick it up for this one. Certainly a few options. Could be the, okay, Sponge is going to get it. 2-0-17 on the Xin Zhao, and I think this is a bit of a savant vote. I kind of love it.
I mean, he did a lot in the early game, and, you know, we're going to skip the part where everything missed because that was, you know, not necessarily his highlight, but he was very proactive and, like I said, confident to go in on this pick. And he's hitting a lot of W's. You know, sometimes we see Xin Zhao get picked, you're struggling to get value, and he just was constantly being proactive, and there's not much else to say about it. Like, he bought a lot of space for his Smolder.
Yeah, I also think it's kind of easy sometimes into a comp that has so much CC on the side of Kwangdong Freaks for Xin Zhao to sometimes struggle to make an impact, but even the later stages, you were still able to get on target, still able to connect on the right people, and for a lot of that game, we kind of just saw Teddy annihilating, but definitely that was kind of the reward for the early game that was more down to the jungle impact.
Yep, and you guys giving Pleta a little bit of a shout out there, and I like the Yahoo vote as well because I thought that he's had 2 games in a row of some fantastic karma. But Sponge is going to grab it. Outside of that is Xin Zhao in 2 games. Absolutely incredible. And I just want to celebrate DRX, guys. We're not quite ready for the interview just yet, so we can just have a chat about what they're going to need to do. Their run isn't necessarily the easiest as we move towards playoffs.
Yeah, I think they brought in some innovative picks, like the Malphite in Game 1, stuff like that, and their drafts has been cool, but also Yahoo coming in the mid lane seems to be like the night and day difference, because we'd already seen the bot lane, particularly Pleta, have success, but we're kind of marred by issues on the top side of the map, and it's good to see like the whole team coming together, especially in those fights.
I think they figured out their identity. Have mid-prio with either Hui or Karma, and put Teddy on hyper-scaling, and it doesn't really matter what you have on the top side as long as it's not going to get destroyed in lane. You'll scale up, and you know what? It's actually a great way, now that they have Yahoo in this roster, to make Teddy the main character, the main focus, which I think they struggled with quite a bit in the earlier weeks.
Yep, certainly looking better here for DRX. But speaking of which, it is now time for the interview, so let's throw it over to Dia for some translation.
Thank you very much. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Rascal and Sponge of the side of DRX. Congratulations!
라스칼 선수 그리고 스펀지 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 라스칼 선수 오늘 승리로 플레이오프
Rascal.
진출 희망을 이어가게 됐습니다. 승리 축하드려요. 소감
So
한
you
말씀
guys
부탁드립니다.
are able to continue your playoff streams.
깔끔하게
How do you feel?
이겨서 너무 좋고 플레이오프
I'm so happy that we're able to get a 2-0 a clean victory today. And given that we still have a chance to make it to the playoffs, I believe that we will work even harder and be on top of our form.
방금 또 포니 해설위원이 하기도 했는데 이게 또 정확히
And it looks like we saw your
일단 이거
victory ceremony, and we want to know what the meaning behind it is.
플래시
When I came up with it,
약간 눈부셔 이런 느낌으로 만들었는데
it was because it's kind of to reenact how bright the lighting is. And I believe that this was actually something that I referenced from Faker and his ad where he says, "Can you turn off the light?" So I think that's just something fun that I came up with. And Rascal, so you guys were on the verge of being eliminated from the playoffs today. So what mindset did you enter the match with? We had a lot of thoughts, and we definitely try to consider what we can do to finish strong in this season. So I think I'm just really glad that we were able to show up and display a better performance today. And Sponge, I feel like I came to stage today thinking I have nothing to lose. And Rascal, in Game 1, you got your second consecutive Malphite POG. And this pick is actually unique to you this spring. So what kind of compositional synergy were you looking for? So Malphite as a pick against Cassante does pretty well during the laning phase. Since he is able to execute such strong engages, I think that's something that actually works really well with our bot lane. I think we can definitely rely a lot on this pick in terms of damage output as well. And comp-wise, it looked like maybe the damage could be low overall, which could put more weight on the Smolder's shoulders. So what was the plan to overcome this issue at top, in the bottom lane? So Smolder is a really good champion when it comes to scaling, but that process of scaling is really difficult. Teddy is just a really good player though, so as long as he scales, he's able to carry the game. And at around 16 minutes, you had an insane flank TP play, and there was actually a similar moment in Game 2. So how do you usually catch these TP angles? Like in both Games 1 and 2, whenever we have control over the game, and Plata also had really good vision coverage. But I think that's why I was able to execute these TPs very well. And yeah, with you allowing the Smolder to scale, you took a clean win in Game 1. And Game 2 seemed to show similar matchups. So what warranted the changes in draft in Game 2? Sponge? To be honest, when it comes to draft, I don't really understand too well, but I just have my full faith in my coaching staff. I can't really explain what the thought process behind that is. Rascal, what about you? Any word? Was there any part in Game 2 in terms of the draft that you could improve? We didn't really intend to fix our draft too much, but since the enemy top picked Aatrox, I think that's what actually got us to tweak our draft a little bit. And Sponge, in Games 1 and 2, you played Xin, and so this has been a more common pick lately. How would you rate him? Usually, I don't really play him, but today, I think we saw a really good opening to play him. It was just very suitable for the type of comp that we're going for. And in the early phase of Game 2, we caught you juking Hui's skills at Xin Zhao. So how did you do that?
사실 근데 그거는 플래시로 피한 것들이라서
To be honest, there are a lot of moments that I just use Flash to juke. I don't think it really has to do anything with Xin Zhao specifically. And I feel like I was just really lucky to win the game with Xin Zhao today as well. And so your team chemistry was on point. There were so many clean team fights. Sponge, what happened to the team? Any good thing happened to the team lately? I feel like our practice process really went well. And I feel like our team fights were a lot easier because of the draft today. And Rascal, you've been playing with Yehu lately, and from the mic check, we could tell how wholesome and happy the team is. So how is the synergy with Yehu? Regarding the team chemistry, I guess aside from that, Yehu is filling a lot of really important role in our team. So in-game wise, he makes a lot of shot calls, and even outside of the game, he keeps the team's spirit up. So I'm very, very grateful for him. And so today, with Game 1, Teddy has reached 600 total LCK games. Please congratulate him, Rascal. Congratulations on your 600th match or a game played, and I'm really happy that I was able to be with you and play alongside with you on this special day. And I hope that we are able to win even more games in the future so that we can be happy together. And Sponge, Teddy, congratulations. I'm just so thankful that I'm able to play alongside with you on this special day, and I hope that we have even brighter days in the future. Now it's time for DRX to increase their playoff chances. Your next match against DRX will be crucial, so what is your resolution? So for DRX, we definitely have to win against them to make it to the playoffs. I believe we are able to win against them as long as we put in a lot of effort into practice and preparation. Rascal, any message to your teammates as the older brother figure? Thank you so much, always. Let's do our best in the remaining matches. Fighting! And this will be the end of the interview, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the fantastic translation. Great to hear from both Rascal and Sponge there after their incredible performances in both games 1 and 2 of that series. Really, really good stuff. DRX saving themselves from potential elimination. And speaking of which, and learning about where our teams are at, let's bring up the standings and have a look at what we saw today as everyone escaping that elimination bat. If DRX had have lost 0-2 to Kwangdong, that could have been it.
I just want to remind everyone that Kwangdong can get to playoffs if they are 6-12. That is still a realistic scenario. But the rest of the teams are just kind of trying to chase them and keep up, because everyone's basically got 5 games left. So there's definitely a real world where if you go on a streak, you can actually get to that 6th place spot. Anyone could do it.
I think at this point it really comes down to like matches left in the schedule, because if you still have to face teams like T1 and Gen G, it makes it a lot harder because you're going to need close to all your wins just to match the 6 that Kwangdong Freaks has, even if they don't win any from here. So definitely a lot of work to be done. And like with a matchup with Nongshim against KT, they can't afford to give any more losses over.
FearX as well, they are really circling the drain at this point in time. 0-2s are all they can really remember from their time in the LCK. So this match, it's going to be the final one for the week up against D+, is going to be a huge one. So make sure that you tune in tomorrow. But for now, we are done here on the LCK. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day of the week.